guys. Right, let's get this bird up and running. We are on blue flag today. There's actually people on it, and the teams were actually balanced when I connected. So we'll see how this goes. Probably terribly. Cold War's dead as fuck at this hour. We'll probably start to fill up later. Probably. This LAN is 10? Yes, 10. It's blue flag 80s, it's not modern. I'm not quite crazy enough for that. You want Yink for 21 dunking on people in modern. In here it's still risky, but it can be done. I've had some success with the 21 in 80s, and by some success I mean I've had multiple sorties on here where I've killed like several 4th gens in a single flight. Especially around Sochi, when they're pushing on the coast, they get very distracted, and there's a lot of mountains you can hide in. We're up at Beslan at the moment, so I don't know what it's going to be like up here. I've also just noticed I've still got to fix the normal maps for my little postcard here. I keep forgetting to do it. I've got to fix the normals, I've got to fix the rough mets, so its gloss is different to the rest of the site pad. I still haven't finished my cockpit retexture. I've still got to do the gun pod control panel. I have to do the RSBN control panel, although it's mostly okay. The autopilot control panels, and the radio itself. I've done this part, but not this part. I think there were 1 or 2 other things, like the arc frequency selector, a few of the other things. I've figured out that the placards on the canopy, at least on that side, don't need doing. They are in fact correct, which is surprising. They're not a standard font. That one I'm not sure about. And then once all of that's done, I'll probably publicly release it, and just do fine-tuning from there. There are still certain things I'm not real happy about, like the panels I did earlier, the ones I started with, kind of blur, because I used a slightly heavier typeface for it, so from a distance it looks kind of crap. It's not as easy to read. And the way I did the light sort of fading makes it look really good at night, but it looks kind of crap in the day. Yeah, Blue Flag 80s has Hornet. But I think they do actually have their GemX disabled on here, unlike Cold War. I'm trying to remember which frequency the AI GCI is on. I can't remember, I'll check the briefing once I'm airborne. Well, nice smooth takeoff at least. That's how you're supposed to take off in the 21, not what I usually do, where I just yeet the thing into the sky. Nice smooth one. Flaps up. As soon as we hit 600, we will come out of burner. Just check real quick. Thing, those are tankers. Does it say where the... It doesn't say. Shit. Does anyone remember what frequency the GCI is on? It used to be in the briefing, but it looks like it's not anymore. I don't think it's channel 0. I think it was one of the low preset numbers, but I don't think it was channel 0. No idea. We'll see which channel wax appears on. It's also possible they've killed our EWR. Yeah, I don't know. We might not have EWR at the moment. 125, 165. There we go. Which is not useful to me because this thing runs on presets. Channel 0 is 125, right. Yeah, I think we might be blind at the moment. I don't want to get too far into the mountains because I have a lot of shorads in there that will fuck me up. Which I have a habit of overflying when I play on blue flag. Yeah, we don't have any WR at all at the moment. If I'd realised that, I might have hopped into Me8 and placed one myself, just chucked it on top of one of these mountains or something. I guess we're just gonna fly an old-fashioned patrol for now. Yeah, I did see that, Saber. I'm gonna assume that's friendly, but it's not hurt to check. It's coming towards me at a very great rate of knots. And he's above me by enough that he's going to be above my radar scan volume, so we're going to have to climb up closer to him. But I'd say he's... Ooh. Okay, that's our air defense, I think, locking me. Maybe he's not friendly. Maybe they're trying to lock him and they're catching me as well. Get rid of the belly tank. Okay, that's no longer our air defense. That is... Oh my god. Please don't freeze, DCS. Okay, he's friendly. And he's just fired at somebody, I think. Someone just got popped over there. Oh, we've got another con. I think we just lost. Did we lose him? Oh shit.
DM2 on Sochi airfield, watch out. Anybody need to chop about? Just
yeah, that's confirmed. I can't make it with them.
That was a bad shot. Wasted both my fucking missiles. No, I think there's another one behind me somewhere.
Maybe bunker busters, because the only bunker is left on Sochi. That's a negative, but I have Captain coming with bunker busters. Also 1KH29D or L version, it's
not gonna make it.
One by one it has to be shot.
Fuck's sake. This is
1KH29D is enough for a bunker.
not a good situation. I cannot be fighting in 15 like this.
You make it turn after 1 minute, you hit it one more time, it should be enough. That's a copy, I'll try that.
Can't even fucking see him anymore. Oh, there he is. Please catch him. Splash! It's a dead F-15. I need to get back in cover because he had a friend somewhere around here. Home tail looks clear. Hey, Luce.
Northeast, Sochi's at 11%, so we're going to RTB and pick
Well,
up repairs and
I fucked that engagement in just about every way possible, but we still got him. So he must have lost sight of me too, I guess. Which is not difficult to do. The MiG-21 is very small. It tends to disappear against the sky very easily. Same as the F5. Definitely need an EWR though. I only saw him because I saw him engaging the other friendly. If I hadn't spotted that, then he would have got through and he may have even ambushed me. Double back. See if I can spot anything. Because I did see another contrail coming in. SRS set up as well, so I'm talking on the actual chat frequency, not the EWR. Even though the EWR doesn't have a, well, we don't have an EWR, so it's not talking at the moment. Please don't stutter. See, this is the issue I have a lot of the time on Blue Flag. It just stutters constantly. It makes dogfighting really hard. It was, I mean, the last time I tried playing on here in the Mirage, I had to quit because it was unplayable. So it's it could stand to be a little better optimized, but it is a pretty intensive setup they have for the mission, so it's kind of understandable. Always seems to happen at the most inconvenient moments. Okay, whatever else I saw coming in has either gone low level, been killed by something else, or turned away, I think. So we'll just fly a little bit further along this ridge, and then we'll head home for sticks and fuel, I think.
This is B-Fly setting off to Sochi with a BTR 80 and troops on board.
Let's go home. Seen the satellite photo of the Seawolf after the collision. Whole radar, whole sonar dome is gone. No, I haven't seen that. I must also admit, anything you guys have posted in mill media for like the past week, I haven't seen yet because I've been falling behind again. There are not enough hours in the day for me to check my Discord, the other Discords I check, and stream, and catch up on my backlog of videos, unfortunately. Cage that before I land. Everyone's on 251 today, not 265. Unless it's showing the other coalition, maybe. We'll check 265. Yeah, only 2 people on 265. To someone who wants to get into Blue Flag, I'm probably not the best person to ask that because I rarely play on here. I usually just look for where there are other players and assume that's where the action's happening, so I spawn at the same airfield as them. That's pretty much all I do.
Haven't done anything to the bunker. I don't know why. It always gets him on fire. The bunker is burning, yeah. I will pitch weapons and I'll fly back to the exit and get more. Okay, you need 2 weapons.
No, I haven't, Sable. I'll catch up in there, it's just... it'll probably take me a couple days.
This is B5251 coming in towards Sochi from Krasnaya with a BTR 80 and troops.
Nice.
Wacky, do you think it's safe enough for 2 MI8s to land in the airport?
Is he gonna sit in the middle of the runway? I sure fucking hope
to
not.
land, but the bunker is left. After that we will have the defenders, but I'm in a T-80 waiting for them.
Copy.
Kaler, are you on comms? K50.
Yeah, you know what? Never mind. We ain't doing this. I'll go around. By go around, I mean I'll just do a right orbit. Still on the runway. Looks like he's off. I don't know if that other guy has intentions to land or what. Someone just took the runway. Taking off. Oh, no, I think he... Oh, it's probably a big one. He probably did a landing, like a short landing. There's fucking people all over the runway here. There we go. There we go. Now they're off the runway, I think. I hope. Only one way to find out. Oh, that's not good. Netcode moment. We'll go up the end, turn around there, and then backtrack.
Watch out, you're shooting at me. It's a T-80, it's a friendly unit.
Hey, Super. He did link me it, but I haven't had time to watch it yet. I'll have to watch it after the stream. Like, I literally woke up and started streaming, so I'll have to get around to watching it after. But for those who didn't know, Enigma's starting a new Cold War server. It's going to be based on the same sort of gameplay as Finnish pilots on IL-2, so there'll be a front line that moves, like actually physically moves on the map. And unlike Finnish, it won't have to wait for a restart to actually move the front line. It'll be happening as you're playing. So you've got like depots sort of in the rear area, you've got strategic targets you can go for which are a bit more heavily defended, and then you've got actual frontline pockets of troops. And you can move the front line forwards by attacking those. So it's going to have quite different gameplay to either this or Alpen's server. It should be quite interesting.
Come back with more troops in a repair.
Okay.
And I suspect I'll be playing there a fair bit when it goes up. I might actually just wait on the hold short, rearm here, and then backtrack once I'm done. I think they did for a while. I don't know what happened to it. It might have been performance issues or something. Oh, Jesus. It's bit of a wobbly one.
Voice check.
You actually, with the default trim the Vigan spawns at, you often need a bit of forward stick to stop it from doing that on takeoff. The nose pitches up so violently. It's a 29. I wasn't sure until I saw it throttle up there. Yeah, Vigans are on red on blue flag 80s. Because red doesn't have any kind of competence. Well, I mean, it has a Su-25, but it's not a strike aircraft, really. It's a CAS platform. Red doesn't have any high-speed strike aircraft or interdictor, so they get the Vigan on here. Because blue already have, like, the F-16 and shit. They don't need the Vigan. Do a backtrack. Not enough. I mean, its precision isn't high enough compared to the other aircraft, and it doesn't carry a heavy enough payload. The 21's more like a high-speed annoyance platform. Fucking nose will shimmy. I feel like this shimmy's getting worse. But it could just be me. Saber, like, I get it, but please don't actually repeat that on stream, because there will be new people to the stream who haven't been given the talk yet, and they'll assume that you're actually telling the truth. And, like, I'm serious, I'm so fucking sick to death of explaining to people why this aircraft is not an interceptor. I don't want to be doing it every time somebody new to the stream comes in and sees that. Su-24 would be amazing. I'd do such dirty things for a Su-24. Sort my trim out before I forget. A bit of a tail wag as I go past. Okay, runway's clear. Still no EWR, it seems. It's a little less clean, but whatever. These stutters are getting a bit annoying. And this is one of the reasons I don't play here more often. I mean, one of them is that it's often not populated when I'm on, or, you know, one team is hideously stacked. But one of the other issues is just the performance. It's like, I have a fucking, pretty much a NASA computer now, honestly. I should not be having stuttering issues in DCS. And it's, even if I turn my settings down, it doesn't help. It's not me, it's the server. And you can see it in TAC views, everyone lags. Like, there's a second every now and then where everyone flies sideways or some shit. Yes, the F111 is faster. Because the Su-24 didn't have variable intakes. It was originally designed with them, but they decided to get rid of them just because they didn't feel they needed them anymore when they switched to low altitude penetration. Whereas the F111 kept them even after a switch to low level. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable because of how in-depth the mission is, but yeah, it does cause issues sometimes. So I think it could stand to be a little more optimized. Yeah, the story of the Su-24 coming into being is quite amusing. Man, something I really wish had actually happened is the Su-19. That was a beautiful aircraft. All the things I love about the Su-15 combined with the original T-10 wings, oh, gorgeous. Do not know a name. Sukhoi were having trouble getting approval for a ground strike aircraft. And so well, technically an interdictor. So what they did was they took the basis of the Su-15 Interceptor and designed a new aircraft around it, which was the T6, and that became the Su-24. So the Su-24 was originally derived from the Su-15 design, but it was heavily modified during design and construction. It began as a delta wing, like a high delta wing, and then it switched to variable sweep. Yeah, it was a high wing delta.
Banana heading 115 for 70 kilometers, 2 F-18s.
I would like to have WWII, actually. I want to fight them without returning.
Then I don't know, the MI is having now the job to bring the troops.
Bakehouse is going to drop an EWR down. Mayfly, watch out, F18 overhead. Oh.
I don't know with enough ordnance to destroy both the ammo depots, so we'll have to come up another day. F18 splash.
Nice.
Got him with Strela.
Yeah, I saw him on GCI.
Inbound carrier from Gudata, flying low now.
I guess the action has moved to Sochi.
120, 46 kilometers.
Might do a ferry flight over there and then start basing out of Sochi. Because if that's where they're fighting, that's probably where they're going to put the EWR as well. See any cons, don't see any dots. Nothing in on radar, but mind you, I got a very narrow kind of scan. Might just zoom, climb up, and we'll start a ferry flight. I think head over to the west. Sounds like that's where the action is. So let's go full burn. Radar to standby. And Sochi is number 6 on the RSPN. We might need to do a fuel stop at Mycop, because I only brought the one centerline bag and it's almost empty. Let's see how we go. No, it wasn't Saber. So the actual system itself, like the counterpart of Sage, was called Vozdukh, which means air. Lazur specifically was the data link part of the aircraft. So Lazur was the data link, but Vozdukh was the system. Vozdukh came about in the late 50s, early 60s. So yeah, the MiG-19P missed out. I think some of them might have been upgraded to work with it later, I'm not sure. But when they were produced, they didn't. It's weird, the needles on my instruments are like glowing really bright compared to the background. I need to look at the textures for that and figure out why. Was it? I thought it was later. Damn, there you go. I learned something today. Yeah, I think we'll go Mycop for a fuel stop. I don't really want to push my luck going straight to Sochi. We're also in kind of a draggy config, climbing at the worst possible speed for fuel efficiency. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was first used on the Su-9. And then I think the first actual automation of it, I'm not sure if it was the Su-9, 11, or 15. I thought it was the 15 was the first fully automated interceptor. I'm pretty sure it was. But I don't know if they then, like, retroactively upgraded 9s and 11s to have it as well. Hey, there we go. But it's probably around Sochi. So we'll head over there. I think it's always had it. It's just only now really noticeable in the sunlight. But yeah, I've got to get rid of that because it's fucking with my postcard. Pretty sure it's always had a levitation.
182, 32 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Called. Banana 3 to 1, Bra 130, 24 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Hot. Doki Beijing Moche, Bra 164, 44 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Flanking northwest.
Yeah, blue flag 80s.
Killer, Bra 200, 33 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Cold. Banana 3 to 1, Bra 116, 6 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Flanking northwest. Doki Beijing Moche, Bra 117.
Where's the action? I splashed an eagle over Beslan, but it sounds like it's mostly around Sochi now, so we're heading over to Sochi. Do a quick refuel stop probably at Maikop, and then switch over.
Guys, start heading towards 120. There's two F-15. F-15 and F-18 on controls, heading towards the cross-line. Intercept course.
Killer, Bra 39 kilometers at 9,000 meters. Hot.
Not capture Java.
Keep your course like that. Maxwell, you can follow him
Banana 3 to 1,
also.
Bra
Course
23,
160.
69 kilometers at 9,000 meters.
That's the negative fire group that
Doki Beijing Moche,
This is Reed. Thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Hope you had a good one.
at 9,000 meters. Hot.
We are on blue flag 80s in the MiG-21. Yeah, I'm in Afterburner. Doing Mach 1.55 at the moment.
Killer, Bra 151.
It is, isn't it? One of my favorites. How long can you stay there? A while. At this altitude, quite a while.
Banana 3 to 1,
Consider I'd already emptied my belly tank before I started climbing.
1,000 meters. Hot.
I can fly most of the way across the Caucasus in Afterburner at high altitude.
Doki Beijing Moche, Bra 24, 41 kilometers at
There's no reason. I don't need to glide. Like, I will not need to glide to Maikop. I will have enough fuel easily. The MiG-21 is nowhere near as fuel thirsty as people say. Like, it's a gross exaggeration. 300 kilometers. I might come out of burner as we get closer, but I definitely won't be gliding. What I do need to do is get control of my altitude and porpoising around the sky again.
26 kilometers at
Kind of difficult to trim it level at this speed.
My head is on him.
Banana 3 to 1.
Could you do it? Not at this distance. Well, if I was higher up, I could glide most of the way there. But at this altitude, no. I need to be higher to glide. I have done it before. Like I've gone up to space and then glided like 300 kilometers before relighting the engine. I'm gonna come out of max burner and go back to min because I'm actually getting close to overspeeding the engine.
Banana is the only one we can see. It claims it crashed.
And that should also reduce the fuel consumption a little.
Doki Beijing Moche, Bra 123, 38 kilometers.
We are currently going Mach 1.98-ish.
F-15.
My record in the 21 is 30,556 meters, which is a lot of feet. It's like 100,250 something feet, I think. It's not technically space, but, you know, it's very, very high up, especially by DCS standards. Can the 21 intercept a SR-71? So, in terms of can the aircraft put itself where it needs to be to hit it? Yes, easily. In terms of could it actually hit it? Probably not, and that's a limitation of the radar and the missiles, not the aircraft. The issue with trying to shoot something like the SR-71 is the missiles have to have the correct fuse, and that's why the Su-15 couldn't intercept something with that high of a closing speed, because the missiles would detonate behind the target after they passed it. You need a very specific fuse to hit something that's closing that quickly with you. But the actual aircraft could easily put itself in position for it. I've done it on DCS. Like, the whole thing of the SR-71 not being intercepted by anything but a Vigan is absolute garbage. MiG-25s routinely intercepted them. MiG-31s routinely intercepted them. MiG-23s performed intercepts on them. It's just... like, the SR-71 is a cool plane, but it's overhyped like fucking mad. Like most cool planes, people feel the need to make it even cooler by spouting bullshit about it. Are you not afraid of sparrows at this altitude? No, why would I be? What sparrows? Where? There's nothing here. If one of them comes after me, they're not going to catch me. I'm already going Mach 2 over friendly territory. Like, they can't possibly... Oh, I've slowed down a bit, I'm doing 1.5. 1.6 now, but like they're not going to catch me. I'm not afraid of sparrows at this speed and this altitude. If I was slower, yeah, I'd be a little worried, but like I can easily outrun them. By the way, it's a DCS thing here. Notice the render box for the shadows is a square, and it's much shorter than the render box for terrain. So if you're high up and there's clouds, the cloud shadows will appear as a square. A really obvious square at a certain distance. I really hope ED addressed this because it looks like shit, honestly. Like the shadow, the clouds look really good at lower altitude, but as soon as you get up high, they look like crap because of stuff like this. I feel like the game is kind of optimized to look best at low to medium altitudes, but it looks horrible from high up. How do you add the picture? With Photoshop. You've got to edit the textures for the ASC. So we're 160 kilometers out. We haven't even got our 450 litre warning yet. I'm going to be perfect landing weight when I get there. That's Cherkesk Reservoir, so my cop is directly off the nose, about 160 kilometers. Is it very hard? Not especially. If you know which file to edit and what you're doing, it's not difficult at all. I've just got to flatten out the normal map so it's not bumpy like that, and then change the rough net so it's a bit glossy compared to the leather on the site. And that's not really difficult either, I just haven't got around to it because I'm fucking busy with other things.
Heading 75.
Okay, we can start descending now. Come out of burner, go back to milk hour.
134, 6 kilometers. On the deck, cold.
Interesting. Pretty sure my cop is ours. Do we own my cop currently?
My cop is red. There is one F-18 close.
Okay, that's probably why I'm getting locked then. It's probably the air defense at my cop. Trying to lock him and getting me instead.
You wanna go for the F-18?
I'm quite low fuel, so it depends how close he is.
85 kilometers.
Is he between me and the airfield?
90 kilometers at 8,000 meters.
Yeah.
Northeast.
Now I got my 450 warning.
145, 31 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Cold.
Just check you on comms.
Probably should have stayed high, actually. Whatever.
Crossman heading 275 for 70 kilometers. He is at contrails 8,000 meters.
Aspect.
Hot. Lukewarm.
Surface 1 to 4
Apply
Washington.
order.
Raw 275, 67 kilometers at 8,000 meters. Hot.
He might get shut down
Docky
over
Bay
there.
Roche. Raw 141, 51 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Cold.
I have marked on a map, mark 54 red farm next to you, actually ahead of you, west.
Yeah, I don't have the fuel for this. I didn't budget my fuel well enough for an
I'm on
intercept.
still needs attacking at Sochi.
Now we might run into problems.
Circus 1 to 4 Washington. Raw 282, 40 kilometers at 9,000 meters. Hot. Docky
Yes,
Bay Roche.
problems.
Raw 36.
When this was just a normal ferry flight, it was fine, but as soon as I dropped my altitude, I screwed myself. Like, I could glide to the airbase now if I was higher up, but I'm getting my, Oh shit, there he is. Maybe we need a hero of the Soviet Union moment. There's something else chasing him by the looks of it. Fuck it. I probably will have to dead stick this. I'm not sure I'm close enough anymore.
In case something is over there that we don't see.
Looks like he's launched
Copy,
something.
ammo done, looks like it needs blowing up still.
Raw 292, 19 kilometers at 10,000 meters. Flanking northeast.
Flanking northeast.
Docky Bay Roche. Raw 44, 91 kilometers
what's
at
my value
10,000
on
meters.
Yeah, I'm on comms.
Okay, F-18
Yeah, I see him.
marked on H-29.
The RO light has come on. Splash.
Nice. Good kill.
There's something else here as well. Is that friendly?
Yes, friendly Sukhoi.
How the fuck did I beat a Su-27 to that kill?
Merged.
Well, after a
177
friendly
at 8,000 meters.
And I'm out of radar coolant as well. Oh, there goes the engine.
Raw 53, 86
You said we have a
kilometers
friendly
at
FARP around
8,000
here. Is it
meters.
next to a road by
Hot.
any chance? I just lost the engine.
It's a friendly.
Yeah, I need to land. Is there a road near the FARP?
Your closest airfield, 295, 60 kilometers. Michael.
I'm in a MiG-21 with no engine. I can't do 60 kilometers.
Oh shit.
Off your 6-8 kilometers there is one road. Heading, the road is from northeast to southwest.
I think I see it. Oh, there's the FARP. But I'm not sure I'm going to be able to land on it.
Off your 4 o'clock there is first bush forest, then the second bush forest, after that is the FARP.
Yeah, I see the FARP. It's just a bit too far from the road to rearm, I think. Oh well, we'll put the plane down on the road near it and call it a moral victory. No flaps or gear until I'm sure I'll make it.
Landing, wait for the message to pop up that you have saved life. I think it should be able.
The nearest, I think this is a railway, is nearest to the FARP, and that's still a good 500 meters to a kilometer from it. I suppose if I belly land at the FARP, it'll save it.
Yeah, if you don't get enough fire.
Okay, well, we'll belly land. So we'll go
Does we have GCI bot?
take off flap.
Only men.
Tickle the air brake.
Could you open Lois ammo dump up at Sochi?
And we'll actually fully deploy the air brake when we land. I think, yeah, this should be the FARP here. I just don't know
Oh, there is something
how
late.
big the radius for it is. There we go.
Another bunker, oh shit.
I don't think they can, sadly. And, like, I don't think that's how it works either. You have to actually set up an invisible FARP to rearm, even if you have an ammo or fuel truck. Can 21 taxi on grass? Yes, usually. But I can't land on grass because, you know, bumpy ground. Landing wheels down on unprepared fields is really stupid. It's something you never ever do. I might be a little far, I'm not sure. So why are you doing it? Because it saved my life. It saved my life. There's limited lives here on Blue Flag, so... How many of your sorties end like that? Not that many. The reason I ran out of fuel is because I went for an intercept on that F-18 like I was indecisive. I should have either committed to that and know I was going to belly land it, or I should have just ignored him and flown past to the airfield. If I'd ignored him and continued at high speed, high altitude for the airfield, I would have made it with fuel to spare. Like, I budgeted my fuel very closely for that trip, but it was too close to be, you know, diving down to low altitude, then climbing up again. I should have just stayed where I was, really. But yeah, we're down safe. Go ahead and... should have probably turned those off before, but... And now we can reslot. So we'll go to... Like I said, it sounds like the action's starting to happen around Sochi now, so we'll go to Sochi. I don't know if we actually hold Sochi or if we're attacking it. Yeah, Sochi's not under our control yet, so nearest should be Galenjik. Were wheels up? Yes. You never ever land with your wheels down on unprepared ground. Ever. Always land wheels up. What I did was I dropped the air brakes. So apparently one of the emergency procedures, if the main wheels don't come down, or if you can't land with the main wheels because you're in a field, is to drop the air brakes and land on those. If you land with wheels down on an unprepared field, even in something that can nominally take off from a grass strip, like even in a Warbird, even in a Cessna, if the field's rough enough, you will kill yourself. The plane will just dig in, flip over. Never ever use wheels for an emergency, like a forced landing in a field, ever. If you're in something with fixed gear, you have to be really picky about where you do emergency landings for that exact reason.
Does one bet up 500 enough for one bunker?
No, 2.
It's kind of stupid that it takes 2 betabs to kill a bunker.
You want comms? I am. F-18 is hard on you, 10 kilometers.
Oops, you know what helps? The engine starter. Yeah, it shouldn't take 2 fucking betabs, which are concrete piercing 500 kilo bombs, to kill a fucking bunker. Meanwhile, it takes like 1 S-24 ROM.
Just launched. Flare.
I'm going to set my RSBN to channel 6, which is Sochi. I don't want to land there because it's not held by us at the moment, but that will help me navigate my way around. Not that I really need it because it's coastal. It's easy to spot. I tried that server out at one point, but I couldn't find anything. I'm not used to the whole using the F10 menu and the like all scripts to figure out where targets are. I'm used to actually being told where the target is or having a full-on briefing showing me. Might try it out again at some point. Hey, Dub.
Okay.
Good news, huh? Do let me know. About to order a new PC so I can fly again? Nice, man. Well, once you get it, let me know. We'll do some flying together. I know we keep saying we need to fly together and one of us is always busy doing something else, but we do need to do it. So let me know, man. Maybe you can teach me the Harrier. Or remind me how to use the Harrier, since I kind of half learned it and then forgot. 3080 Ti? Nice. Okay, I think we're set. Did I forget anything today? Trim, that's it.
Altitude 5,000 meters, climbing up. 11 o'clock.
There we go.
7180.
I've landed it on the ship, I think, once. Saber showed me how to do it, but that was like a year and change ago, so I've forgotten.
Nice.
I did vertically land it the other day. Like, I can vertically land it, I just have a lot of trouble doing it. Because it's kind of half remembered.
Last defenders, just Last enemy is near.
I really wish that FARP was closer to the road, because I would have landed on the road and then just rearmed, refueled, and taken back off. Like, I can road base this thing, I've done it before, but it was just far enough from the road that if I'd landed on the road, not only would I not be able to refuel and rearm, but I wouldn't be able to save my life either.
On map 57. It's 12 o'clock, yes? It's 010 now. Stand north. Pop up group single F16 to forget from 090, 13 kilometers at 500 meters back. Moving northwest. Starting hard on you. Okay, F16 is cool now.
It forces you to play more carefully, so you can't just charge at the enemy and fucking suicide into like 10 people like people often do on other servers. I mean, people still do it, but they do it less. Because after you run out of lives, you've got to wait 5 hours for them to refresh. It stops it from turning into fucking growling Sidewinder at home. And you also have, yeah, like you have issues with people deslotting in the middle of a fight or deslotting to get a new jet. Like, it stops that as well. Or at least curbs it. I'm not sure, Super. It probably can, but I don't know for certain. Scripts are a bit out of my wheelhouse. Yeah, 21's lots of fun. We bagged an F-15 and an F-18 so far today, and we haven't been shot down, although I did have to make a belly landing at the FAR because I was out of fuel. I ran myself out of fuel shooting down the 18, because he was trying to kill one of our air bases. Or trying to kill its air defense, anyway. I can't believe I beat a fucking Su-27 to that. Like, how does a Su-27 fail to catch an F-18? He was right behind him, too. Hey, Thug. Hey, there we go. We got troops on the way to Sochi, I think, so... should be able to base out of there soon. Where's Pom been? In the Navy. Pom's still at Great Lakes. He's doing A school. Great to see someone flying the MiG-21. That's what I usually fly. It's my favorite module. I don't know what... Yeah, I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what that F-15 was doing either. He should have ate my fucking launch, especially after I lost sight of him after that stall. He should have easily had me. I mean, they have all aspect fucking missiles on here, for fuck's sake. I think they got 9Ms on here. At the very least, they have like 9 P5s and 9 Ls, so I have no idea how he didn't kill me. Maybe he lost sight too, but it's a fucking F-15. Just go into fucking super search or vertical scope.
Raw 213, 83 kilometers at 2,000 meters. Cold.
I'm not complaining. I will never complain about an F-15 kill in the MiG-21. I'm just confused as to how he let that happen. No, PVO is the Soviet Air Defense Force. Protivozdushnye obrony. It literally translates to Air Defense Force. And that is the branch of the Soviet Armed Forces that operated SAM sites, and also air defense radars, and also interceptors. The Soviet Air Force itself, the VVS, it never operated interceptors. It was purely the responsibility of the PVO.
85 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Cold.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, Supercharger is a wealth of knowledge on Sidewinders. Well, many things. But...
Raw 115, 69 kilometers.
Nice.
1,000 meters. Flanking southwest.
Okay, he's southwest. He's going out to sea. I assume they have a carrier. He might be heading back to that. Yeah, all aspect 9s are quite late. And this is another DCS-ism, right? There's a lot of DCS-isms. People just assume that a lot of this shit was available in large numbers in the, like, the 60s and 70s. Like, no. I mean, even until the 70s, US aircraft, let alone everyone else, were packing fucking bundles of chaff into their air brakes because they didn't have actual dispensers, you know.
This is P5 vehicles. We're going to build an FOB towards Kagra and then start putting some M109s and stuff down to attack it.
We have F-18 and F-15 above the Kagra.
I saw a video the other day. It was the inside of a Gvozdika. I think it was a Gvozdika. It could have been an Akatsiya. And also, it was like contrast against the inside of a Paladin. The Paladin looks a lot comfier and roomier, but the fucking rate of fire on the Soviet artillery is impressive. Because the whole, like, almost the whole loading process is automated, versus the Paladin where it looks like the crew have to do a lot more of the actual legwork.
Okay, we can see that. We'll drop some ammo to it first then.
I guess one's more specialised for kind of precision fire, whereas the other ones are, you know, barrage the fuck out of an entire grid square. Oh, can we not freeze, please, DCS? Thank you. The Gvozdyk is 122, yeah. The Akatsi is 152. But I think they're both quite mechanized. I know the Gvozdyk is, I think the Akatsi is as well. How long did you play E4? Not very. Like, I have kind of on and off relationships with Eve. I'll play it for a month or two, then I won't play it for 3 years, then I'll come back to it for a couple months. Very important question you may want to answer sooner. The MiG-21 an interceptor? No. No, it isn't. It's a frontline fighter. It was always a frontline fighter. They did build interceptor-specific variants, but they were for Warsaw Pact allies who couldn't get the real thing. The Soviets didn't export their real interceptors except the MiG-25. And also to fill shortfalls in the PVO's aircraft inventory. The MiG-21 as designed was a lightweight daylight fighter. Every MiG aircraft except the MiG-25 and 31, they were all tactical fighters. Mikoyan only developed the MiG-25 and MiG-31 as interceptors. Every other interceptor was not developed by them. So the MiG-15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 29, none of them are interceptors. No, I wasn't. I was never in an alliance, but if I did join one, it would have been Goon Fleet. Oh well, Goon Swarm. I forget which period was which. Yeah, they're not interceptors by design, and they weren't really used very much as it by the Soviets. The Warsaw Pact nations and Soviet client states did use them as interceptors to a degree, but it was not what they were designed for, and they were only sort of mediocre at it. It's same as the F-104. It wasn't designed as an interceptor, but it got pressed into use as one, and it wasn't that good at it. Tried dogfighting the F-104 with the combat flaps. Yeah, it makes a small difference, I guess, not a big one. But I also am not very good at flying the F-104, so... Can the MiG-25 and 31 dogfight? Not really. You wouldn't be dogfighting them. You would never ever be dogfighting either of those aircraft. You would not be attacking fighters. Like, there is no situation where you'll be flying a MiG-25 against a fighter.
7.9 kilometers away from Sochi.
Unless you're in Iraq, in which case you make a high-speed run-in, launch an R-40 at long range, and then turn away. It's not really dogfighting, it's BVR. But like actual in the merge dogfighting, no, doesn't happen.
65 kilometers at 1,000 meters.
It won't let you do it because it's within a 10 kilometer radius of Sochi.
Never mind, then screw that.
Alright, copy that then.
They technically can't. Like, the MiG-25 doesn't even have a gun. Like, there would be no purpose to it dogfighting. It doesn't have a gun. Are their MiG-25s operational? I don't know. Syria has some, but I don't know if they're still flying. Algeria, I think, still uses it. I think they're on. Argelia? We in the Ace Combat universe now?
Circus 1 to 4 Roshsman. Ra. 92. 63 kilometers. At 2,000 meters. Cold.
Well, it's different doctrine, Dub. It's different doctrine. The Americans like to have sort of on-call, you know, artillery they can shift around a lot. So, you know, you have a pocket of resistance pop up somewhere, you call artillery on it right away. The Americans have a lot of forward observers. Whereas the Soviet doctrine was to just pre-plan missions and pummel the shit out of any suspected enemy position. Like, you didn't really need the ability to relocate and set up and do all of that because you had a very carefully orchestrated fire plan, and you would just level the entire grid square. Did India retire their Fox bats? Yes. What's the difference between the MiG-25 and 31? A lot. Almost everything.
69 kilometers.
Nice.
At 2,000 meters. Cold.
The MiG-31 has a second guy in the back. It has a much more advanced radar. It has the world's first airborne piece of radar. It's a much better radar. It's also capable of acting as an airborne command post. The MiG-25 is just an interceptor, that's all it does.
At 3,000 meters. Cold.
Yeah, but that's how they do that. Like, that's how they do all of their artillery. Like, that was the doctrine. It wasn't to try and, you know, wasn't to try and pin down enemy forces as they appeared. It was to look for suspected enemy strong points and just level them before an attack went in.
50 kilometers. At 1,000 meters. Flanking northwest.
Like, Soviet doctrine, and even Russian doctrine these days to an extent, because it's still largely based on it, is very different to American doctrine. They fight wars completely differently. I mean, mobility was, but the ability to actually relocate, maybe not. Mobility absolutely was. A lot of their artillery was amphibious. The Katsi was too heavy from memory, but the Gvozdika was amphibious.
Document
You are 20 kilometers behind the F-16 and you're about to enter the Gagner site.
Everyone to 1 PVT McGuire. Merged. 314.
I always 16 is low out of view.
Forgot to jettison my belly tank. Ooh.
He's low. He's doing the ground 0 Mach.
Raw. 84.
Ground level.
2 kilometers. At 1,000 meters. Cold.
Something is blocking me. I don't know what.
Killer. Raw. 6.
Maybe air defense?
22 kilometers. At 1,000 meters. Cold.
Enter same team base.
Can't hear Robo GCI over the guys talking.
Yes, 1-1 Maxwell, MiG-29, iron comms.
Everyone was, Thug, everyone was. The Americans were too, except they usually had AWACS instead. Like, the whole idea that Western pilots are free, independent thinkers who don't need no guidance is garbage. That's never been the case. I mean, look at how tightly controlled they are by AWACS. It's literally the same thing, it's just not ground-based. I don't know where this idea that the Soviets would slavishly follow ground control, whereas Western pilots never used it, I don't know where the fuck that came from, but it's not real. I mean, the PVO were certainly more bound to follow ground control. They would specifically, like, they would be given the command, turn on afterburner, turn on radar, whatever. Frontal aviation pilots, not so much. But, like, the idea that we have in the West that Western pilots weren't as strictly controlled or didn't need control, it's just has no basis in reality. There's a lot of myths about the way that the West fights versus the way the Soviets would have fought that have no grounding in reality whatsoever. Likewise, the supposed lack of safety of Soviet military equipment or Soviet civil aircraft is garbage. So one of the things, for instance, is I was reading through the FAA's airworthiness book about how to get an airworthiness certificate in the US for different aircraft, and it has a section on the MiG-21, MiG-23, so on. And it makes all these assumptions about how unsafe these aircraft are to operate, and it bases them on India's crash record, and it claims that since India is a democratic and open nation, we can assume that this is what everyone's crash record looks like, and the Soviet nations were, you know, they were closed and secret, and they were obviously, you know, their numbers of propaganda. Like, that's garbage. That's not how that works at all. The Indians have a high loss rate on their MiG-21s because HAL don't manufacture parts correctly. And their pilots are not necessarily... Like, they have some really good MiG-21 pilots, but not all of them have that same level of training. Like, there's just so much fucking pea-brained jingoist garbage that pollutes the public perception of Cold War aviation in general. Fucking, yeah, the autoloader eating gunner's arm thing, that has no basis in reality either. Like, it literally doesn't happen. It does not happen. It's not physically possible. Which any of these people would know if they'd ever actually seen the inside of a T-72 or T-80. But they don't. They just base it on hearsay they heard from someone else. I don't know, Josh. You know me, I'm not good at planning ahead or scheduling things.
That's a Hornet, so if you keep the AEB on, you will be safe.
I don't know where the fuck these guys are because they're so chatty on 251. That's friendly. So I got 3 friendlies around me.
Bandit on.
Another bandit, 105, 10 kilometers, 2,000 meters, Hornet.
Freezer.
Wrong. 117, 77 kilometers at 2,000 meters. Hot.
I don't think we actually own such yet, so when I RTB I'll need to go back to Glen.
He's at 3,500 meters. Hard on you.
Yeah, I'm coming up at the top.
Merge, left, 9 o'clock.
It was like Matt was saying, some Warsaw Pact nations were better at it than others. For example, Poland was a bit of a clusterfuck, but like the Soviet Union proper, they were meticulous record keepers, absolutely meticulous record keepers.
Wrong. 131.
Don't have visual.
5 kilometers at 3,000 meters. Hot.
Just because they didn't report every aircraft accident incident in, you know, in Pravda for the general public doesn't mean they were covering it up or pretending it didn't
10
happen.
kilometers at 3,000 meters. Hot.
It's just, it's such a load of shit. And people just repeat it because they hear it and they go, oh yeah, that sounds about right. You know, because it's all they've heard all their lives is, oh, you know, Soviet aircraft were unsafe, or the Soviets didn't care about safety or whatever.
Turn east.
I'm being jammed. This guy's trying to give GCI for everyone else, but
080.
I can't hear.
At 3,000 meters descending into the valley.
I can't hear the AI over him, which is kind of frustrating.
Roger.
Why is that set to... That's not how that should be set at all. I need to adjust that binding. Yeah, exactly, Cotty. It's stupid. Meanwhile, if you actually bring facts and logic and even US records to the debate about whether this or that piece of American military equipment had a bad reputation for a reason, you also get the same, oh, you know, you're a fanboy, you're a shill, whatever. So you want to... I don't know, dude. It's just fucking stupid. Nationalism is fucking dumb as fuck. It cuts both ways, but you know, it's when you're in English-speaking circles, it tends to cut one way more than the other.
Traffic on final runway 24.
Oh, can we stop freezing, please? Can we stop fucking freezing, please? Oh my fucking god, this server sometimes. Yeah, there's such a double standard. It's just disgusting.
Banana 3 to 1. Bra 128. 37 kilometers at 2,000 meters. Flanking northwest. Docky Beach Emotion. Bra 112. 29 kilometers at 2,000 meters. Flanking northwest.
Just killed the AI in 29.
Circus
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm going to follow this guy on 0 fuel.
at 2,000 meters. Cold.
Oh, it's fucking
Having
cold.
some outage, by the way.
Fuck it.
Bra
If he's cold, I'm not going for him. I'm not wasting the fuel.
at 2,000 meters. Flanking northwest. Clear flight. Bra 103. 22 kilometers at 2,000 meters. Flanking northwest.
Yeah, the whole fucking bread lines thing, like, they completely failed to understand the reason there were bread lines. It wasn't because people were starving and they couldn't get food. It's because there were specific food items which tended to sell very, very quickly, and there would be a shortage of it because of the way the economy worked.
199. 33 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Cold.
I mean, any time after World War II, find me a photo of a fucking starving Soviet citizen. Good luck. Good fucking luck.
Hot.
So they do that with the Soviets too. Oh, well, this must be copied off that, or, you know, like, you can see how, like, the fucking MiG-23's intakes, for instance, everyone acts like the MiG-23's intakes were copied off the Phantom. They're nothing alike. They have intake ramps and they're on the side of the plane. That's the only similarity. The number of holes is different, the size and arrangement of the holes is different, the dimensions of the intake is different, the shape of the intake is different. It's just fucking stupid. Yeah. Clearly the Arrow was the genesis of all advanced aeronautical engineering technology. Everyone copied the Canadians, obviously. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. I mean, you can actually see places where the Chinese took something directly from another aircraft, but they didn't just copy it directly, they usually changed something. Like, even when the Soviets did copy something, which they did very rarely, they would usually change something and modify it and end up with their own design. Like, it's just... People are so obsessed with, you know, their country or their country's best friend being #1 that they discount it. Like, it's... Honestly, real talk, it's no different than the fucking racism and xenophobia of, like, the 19th century, where it was just assumed entire nations of people were genetically inferior because, you know, the shape of their skulls or some shit. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, it's just more subtle. And the exact same kind of people are attracted to that idea. Yeah. Yeah, the ancient astronauts don't get the credit they're due, obviously. Someone dogfighting GTA here. What, as in Grand Theft Auto?
Circus 1 to 4 Roshman. Raw 170. 46 kilometers. On the deck. Cold.
He's cold. I'm not going for him. I'm gonna go back and refuel. Hey, Trip.
297, 9 kilometers. On the deck. Flanking northeast. Airfly. Bra 284. 8 kilometers. On the deck. Flanking northeast.
Never mind, is it?
Gonna be on Sunday for Enigma's server beta test? Should be. I might only be there for a couple hours because armor, but I should be there at some point. Christian, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think I missed the alert for that half an hour ago, but I do appreciate it. Sorry about that. Yeah, like, in the 1930s, every aircraft that the Japanese designed was assumed to be either inferior garbage or a copy. And it was assumed that the Japanese were desperate to get their hands on modern Western aircraft so they could copy them. No, the Japanese were mildly interested in getting their hands on modern Western aircraft so they could compare them to theirs and see where their shortfalls were, like every other fucking country did. It turns out, when World War II when World War II in the Pacific started, turns out the Japanese could build planes. Turns out the Japanese could build really fucking good planes. Funny that. Yeah, it was, Steve. Exactly. Racism was very much alive and well in the Pacific theater of World War II. And yeah, the A5M, where they actually, you know, transitioned from biplanes to a modern cantilever monoplane.
Circus 1 to 4 Roshman. Raw 140. 79 kilometers.
Likewise with their bombers, the Nell, or the G3M. The G4M is the more famous one, but the G3M is what taught them to actually build a modern bomber. I mean, yeah, but like people get really defensive about their worldview, and the moment you attack it, even if you attack it with obvious fucking empirical fact, they'll just turtle up, like, really, really hard. And the less confident they are in that worldview, or the less they actually have the capability to defend it, the harder they'll turtle. You know, that's why you have people who will... You say something to them and they'll just freak the fuck out, and start saying the sky is fucking green, versus people who will actually engage with you and discuss things, and they might even change their worldview because, you know, they're not insecure in it. They're genuinely, you know, they genuinely want to learn. Most people don't want to fucking learn. They just want to feel like they're right and they're the good guy. I don't know, dude. Fucking psychology is a fuck.
Circus 1 to 4 Washington. Raw, 138, 97 kilometers, at 7,000 meters, hot.
Covering the entire map in Hawks might take a while, though. Was it like 4 crates per Hawk site in the Huey? Oof. Blue really needs a decent medium lift helicopter. They need an attack helicopter, they need a Cobra, like an AH-1G or something. And they need a medium lift. Oh no.
Hey baby, wake up.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the other, like, it's so dumb. Like, you can criticize countries, just do it, like, fairly. You know, I'm not going to sit out here and say the Soviet Union was a flawless workers' paradise with absolutely no problems and no fucking politically motivated stupid shit. Obviously, it fucking wasn't. But at the same time, like, for instance, I've seen a bunch of pushback about, oh, the Soviet space program was so dangerous, oh, look how dumb the Soviets were, oh, they had no regard for safety. Like, there's this cult in the West that we have safety culture and no one else does. What fucking safety culture do we have? What safety culture? I don't see it. Especially don't see it in the workplace. But, you know, like, how many fucking astronauts did the US space program kill, even into the 90s and 2000s, right? And then people bring up Soyuz 1 and they're like, oh, look, the Soviets rushed this capsule into production before it was ready. They sent Komarov to his death. He died because the parachute didn't deploy properly. I mean, everything else went wrong, but he survived all that. He died because the parachute didn't deploy properly, unfortunately. Like, literally the last possible thing that could have got wrong was what got him. And they immediately put a stop on space flights until they fixed the problems. Immediately, they fixed the problems, and now the Soyuz capsule launch platform, whatever, is the safest and most reliable method of putting humans in space. Ever. Like, ever. It has the lowest fucking loss rate of any space vehicle ever built. Right? But, you know, you call up the one example of Soyuz 1, oh, look how unsafe and shitty it was. Look how little care they had for their cosmonauts' lives. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, Soyuz was fucking fantastic. I mean, it still is. They're still using fucking derivatives of it today. That should tell you all you need to know. It's not because Russia can't afford something better, although from what I have heard, the Roscosmos is not doing too well these days. It's not just because they can't get something better. It's because it's incredible. It's so good. It's so well designed. The initial one had problems. They fixed the problems. It's now about as perfect as you can get. Like, there's so much... It's like selective deafness, honestly. There's so much selective deafness when it comes to shit like that. Like, that's not to say that we should say, oh, you know, well, ignore what happened to Komarov and pretend it never happened. Of course not. Like, that's what happens when you rush things for political point scoring. Like, that's why it happened. Political point scoring. It shouldn't have happened. But it did happen, and they learned from it immediately. Like, the whole... Everything historical has been turned into fucking political point scoring. It's fucking stupid. The whole point of history is to learn from it, not to try and prove how much better you are than the other guy. Like, it's just childish. It's childish. I don't have time for people that pull that shit. It's like the lowest IQ historical take is, oh, we're better than these guys because, like, no, that's not how that works. PS3 control. Seriously? I mean, if it works, right? If it fucking works. And besides, the crew are probably already acquainted with how that controller works. Like, why not? Why not? I can see it. I can see it. I did notice a lot of mock-ups at the big US Expo they had just recently use Thrustmaster Warthogs for the controls, like the Invictus, for instance. They were using Thrustmaster Warthog for the controls in the mock-up. What serve is this? Blue Flag 80s.
16 kilometers at 2,000 meters, flanking southeast.
Why do people think they were dry testing the N1 so many times? Exactly. Exactly. Oh, like the N1 was a terrible failure. Well, yes, unfortunately, they just couldn't make it work because of how complex it was, but they never put humans in it. They realized it was too unsafe, and they never put fucking humans in it.
151, 48 miles, at 25,000 feet, flanking southwest. Killer, Rock, 273, 23 kilometers, at 5,000 meters,
Jesus.
southwest.
That's something as well, like the launch escape systems that the Soviets implemented. If they didn't care about their cosmonauts, why would they do that? You know, if they didn't care about their people, why would they design their submarines with escape capsules, which the Americans still do not have an equivalent to? You know, the US subs have, like, diving bell chambers that they can get people out through, but they still don't have, in current year, an equivalent to the escape modules. Now, you could argue they're situational, that's fair, but, you know, it shows that there is a clear regard for safety there.
Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire.
I see two contrails south of Nalchik.
Oh, McGuire's on here. I wonder if Bullet's on here as well.
11 kilometers hot.
It'll be up in their Mirages, probably.
Rock, 260, 16 kilometers, at 4,000 meters, cold.
Yeah, F-14, 3,800 metric now.
Banana 3 to 1.
I mean, I've got to talk about something. There's nothing going on, so...
Heading north towards the field.
Toxic, Rock, 268, 25 kilometers, at 4,000 meters, cold.
As far as I'm aware, they still don't have full-on, like, the actual escape pressure chambers. You know, like the whole little crew chamber that detaches from the submarine. It's usually in the conning tower on Russian subs.
4 kilometers, 2 kilometers.
Blue or teal and why? I like both. I mean, I really like this shade of blue, but I can live with either. Oh my god, the lag. Please. Please, DCS.
Distant flying.
Yeah, submarines, not aircraft. Escape capsules on aircraft is very much a US thing. The US had a bunch of those. They're really cool. Like on the B-58, the F-111, those are awesome. Spacecraft as well, yeah. No, they definitely have them on spacecraft now. Or the escape towers. But submarines they don't, which surprises me. It honestly surprises me. I mean, I guess they've done some sort of analysis to figure out, oh, it's, you know, it's not that big of an advantage or something, but weird. Yeah, except the space shuttle, which, if anything goes wrong on that, head between your legs, kiss your ass goodbye, I believe is the emergency procedure, unfortunately.
7 kilometers.
And unfortunately, it's happened twice.
This footman is still flying.
Beercas, Bra, 306, 5 kilometers, at 1,000 meters, hot.
Yes. 2 ship takeoff from Marco
Spectrum 1
heading
to
to
1
Sochi.
PVT McGuire, Bra, 180, 39 miles, at 2,000 feet, flanking
2 ship
northeast.
takeoff from Marco heading to Cap above Sochi.
Airfly, Bra, 306.
I'm not actually sure, Saber. Tawny might know. Although he was an engine runner, I don't think he really did much with the actual capsule, but maybe he'd know. Might be something to ask him. Oh, I have my blown flaps off. That explains a few things. But as you can see, you don't need the blown flap system on to land the 21. You just keep the throttle a little higher and manage your AOA more carefully. It's there as a luxury, not a necessity. You'll notice I was down to about 350 kilometers an hour as I came over the end of the runway instead of 300. That's the difference. Just approach faster. I still got to do part 2 of the Mikoyan Academy, but I want to actually brush up on my air-to-ground procedures before I do it, because I don't want to be teaching you guys the wrong thing any more than I already have. So I'll try and practice my air-to-ground at some point, and once I feel more confident in it, we'll do part 2. Or I might do a couple, maybe I'll do the radio navigation and then I'll do the air-to-ground separate, I'm not sure. Air-to-air is my main focus, obviously, so that's what I know best.
12 kilometers, on the deck, hot.
Should turn that off. Just wasted a bunch of coolant.
Banana Bandit, hold 1275 kilometers,
at
FAD,
1,000
metric
meters,
600.
hot. Beercas, merged, 339, at 1,000 meters. Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire, Bra, 160, 28 miles, at 2,000 feet, cold.
Is someone flaring?
Airfly, Bra, 309, 8 kilometers, at 1,000 meters, flanking southeast. Banana 3 to 1, merged, 97, at 1,000 meters.
It wasn't a MiG-29 Academy, it was a MiG-21 Academy.
Toxic, merged.
It's on my YouTube channel. I don't have a link handy, but it's like 8 hours long, so... it's something you'll want to set aside a day or a couple of days for. I wouldn't say all 8 hours of it is actually worth watching, I'd say probably like 4 hours at most. A lot of it was just me talking and screwing up, because I was half asleep when I did it.
150, 28 miles, at 6,000 feet.
But screwing up is good too, because I get to demonstrate what not to do. Sometimes that's as useful as showing what to actually do.
138, 6 kilometers, at 2,000 meters, cold. Banana 3 to 1, Bra, 127, 9 kilometers, at 2,000 meters, flanking southeast. Toxic, Bra, 138, 7 kilometers,
Remember,
at 2,000
during
meters,
this very
cold.
last resort, that's why there's a video of that one F-111 doing a belly landing. Ejecting in general is kind of...
6 kilometers,
I mean,
5,000 meters,
yeah,
cold.
the capsule I'd be a bit dubious about, but even ejecting in a seat, if you can bring the aircraft down safely, which they could, because they had very experienced aircrew, you're probably going to do less damage to yourself belly landing the aircraft as long as you do it correctly than you are ejecting.
Toxic, Bra, 175, 5 kilometers, at 5,000
There's one to the east, though, I think.
Hear me out when the 23 comes. Hey, by the way, Dwight, good to see you. When the 23 comes, you have to make a 23 Academy video series with both theory and practice LOA. I don't have the fucking ability to do that. What I'll probably do is have like a 10-hour stream again where I'm just flying in the plane showing you stuff, like, as it comes into my head. Like, that's how I do stuff. It just pops into my head and I do it. I've tried to do the actual separate tutorial videos, I just can't. That's not how my brain works.
At 2,000 meters. Call.
3200 metric.
Toxic. Wrong. 122.
And then back in the 40s, I actually used Martin Baker's. Oh, the Yeater, the fucking pilot trebuchet. That was amazing.
Heading 128 right now.
The 23 pilot, Will Ward. If I do ever get to the US anytime soon, particularly the area where he's in, I would very much like to catch up with him at some point. He did say, you know, if you're in the area, come see the MiG-23, so I'd very much like to take him up on that. Warsaw pack procedure was eject, 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 fuck the plane, eject. Yeah, exactly. It's cheaper and easier to produce a new plane than a new pilot. So, for instance, if you remember that incident where a Su-35, I believe it was, the pilot ejected on takeoff and the aircraft kept flying until it ran out of fuel and crashed. The reason that happened is because the... They're on the other frequency, of course. The reason that happened is because the flares automatically started dispensing. Was it a 27? I thought it was a 35. Well, if it's a 27, I guess that's even less of an issue because it's kind of outdated anyway. But the automatic flare dispenser started, apparently, and the way that it was at night, or in the dark at least, and the way that the light was reflecting off the wet surface of the runway made it look like there was an actual fire on the aircraft. And so the ground controller called eject. And, you know, I've seen people say, oh, this is how tightly controlled Russian pilots are. The ground controller tells them to eject. Like, if you have fucking orange shit coming out of your plane and somebody sees it, it doesn't matter if they're the fucking T-boy, if they see it and they tell you to eject, you eject. You don't sit around in a burning plane on fucking takeoff waiting to confirm via checklists that the plane is in fact on fire. Like, Jesus Christ, the tiny, tiny brain takes I have seen from people that either aren't involved in aviation or should fucking know better. If you suspect an aircraft fire on takeoff, you eject. There's no ifs, buts, ands, maybes, you fucking eject. Like, simple. Now, if the aircraft happens to be fine and keeps flying, which is the case there, shit happens, but you know what? You're more irreplaceable than the jet is. They can build a new jet. They can't build a new you, right? The amount of money and time that goes into training these pilots, and your experience, you fucking eject, always. I just... It blows my mind. Like, ejecting was the correct thing to do in that situation, and the pilot correctly did it. I know, right, Kang? Same here. Same here. Reminds me I actually need to check and see if my RAOS membership's still up. Can't remember if I've renewed it or not. Furious about 3M dumping PFOS forever chemical in our groundwater. Government incompetence rampant again. Nobody arrested. Factory still open. Yeah, it sounds about right. That does sound about right. I'm sorry to hear it, but, you know, money is as money does, and the company that owns the factory has a lot more money than the community they're busy fucking over. Yeah, in DCS, if you get into a flat spin, you can try and save it, because the worst that happens is you blow your plane up and you get to laugh about it with your friends. In real life, if you get into a flat spin and you haven't recovered it by about 3 kilometers altitude, you eject. Doesn't matter if you think it's about to recover, you don't fucking wait and find out, you eject. Like, this is why if you look through the manual that came with this module, which takes large sections out of the actual MiG-21 Pilot's Operating Handbook, the emergency procedures are like, activate the fire extinguisher, eject from the aircraft. Almost all of them. And it's for that exact reason. It's so pilots don't get committed to trying to save an aircraft that's beyond help and get themselves killed. You know, trying to stay in a doomed aircraft and save it is the realm of test pilots. That's why test pilots are so highly regarded, is because they're engineers and pilots, and they will, you know, if something goes wrong, they know that they have a duty to perform and it might kill them. But your average Air Force pilot, if something goes wrong, not his fucking problem. You know, he'll get a new plane.
Bra 138, 20 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Hot.
I know, right, Steve? Funny how that works, isn't it?
Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire. Bra 126, 21 miles at 3,000 feet. Hot.
Let's get the radar warming up.
KC_Jones. Bra 154, 71 kilometers at 1,000 meters. Hot.
One skill I really need to work on in every aircraft, in every sim, and in real life, when I get back into flying, is I need to learn to coordinate my turns better. I'm either too much rudder or not enough rudder. I never hit that sweet spot.
59TH_Bonamy.
And in some aircraft, it really matters. The MiG-21 being one of them, if you're uncoordinated and you stall the aircraft, that's when you get a really violent wing rock. At least in DCS. In real life, you should probably get it no matter what condition you're in when you stall. But, it would help me a lot, particularly in DCS, if I could actually coordinate better.
Bra 138, 70 kilometers at 4,000 meters. Hot. 59TH_Bunksy. Bra 113, 32 kilometers at 4,000 meters. Hot.
10 people, an accordion, and 2 guitars, thank you very much.
107, 35 kilometers at 4,000 meters. Hot.
Yeah, I remember seeing the aftermath of that. Cotty, the spin in the 23 UB. There wasn't much of the plane left, just a tail, pretty much. But this is, you know, this is why you don't try and save the plane. You can try until you get to about 3 kilometers. If it still hasn't recovered, out. That's it. Super, that's not the first time something like that has happened. The change in center of gravity after the pilot ejects or bails out has saved a few unrecoverable spinning aircraft. It's quite funny. Imagine the pilot's frustration when he sees it happen too. Yeah, that's about 10,000 feet. Oh, big freeze. There we go. The freezes are getting worse, but they're also getting less frequent, so I guess that's kind of a plus, maybe? I wonder if it's CTLD. It seems to be happening when people are deploying shit. Oh! It might be, because there's so many units on the server, maybe CTLD lags it. I wonder.
I'm getting airstrikes from the southeast as well.
Oh, tanks are fucking accident magnets, because they have such bad visibility, even in broad daylight, they can't see what they're doing. Alexandra Samasenko was, I think she was wounded, and then a tank couldn't see, like she was on the ground, I guess, it couldn't see her, and unfortunately she got run over. You don't want to be near a tank unless it knows where you are. You know, that's why tanks used to have, probably still, well, they wouldn't need it now because they have radios, but, you know, even in the post-war period, a lot of tanks had a tank telephone on the back, so the infantry behind it could talk to the crew, because the tank can't see around itself, not at that level. It can see distantly around itself through the commander's cupola, but it can't see immediately around itself. So you don't want to get in the tank's blind spots, because it doesn't know you're there. Can't see you, can't hear you.
at 3,000 meters. Hot.
Yeah, pretty much you're gonna die because the fuckers, you know, mirage down by a traffic kind of
Rock,
fucked up.
176. 63 kilometers at 3,000 meters. Hot.
Shaft, left, bounty left. Bounty left,
Toxic.
turn
Rock,
left.
165. 69 kilometers at 3,000
Nice.
meters. Hot.
Yeah, they kept the tank for him for quite a long time. Most Cold War tanks had it, NATO tanks particularly. Don't know about PAC tanks, I don't think so. Because PAC tanks were typically operating slightly differently. They would have infantry with them, but the infantry would be kind of advancing alongside the tanks. They wouldn't be that close to them. Yeah, there are no USMC tanks. Yep. Which, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I kind of feel like it's a mistake for the Marine Corps, which is meant to be a shock force, remember? I feel like it's a mistake for the Marine Corps to get rid of its organic armor and fire support. Like, the Marine Corps picking up all this fucking cyber warfare shit, why is that their job? Their job is as a shock force. It always has been. I don't know why fucking cyber warfare and support would have anything to do with them at all. It should be the Army's responsibility. But you know, I'm not a member of the Joint Chiefs, so that's outside of my pay grade, and there's probably some sort of situational awareness I don't have on that topic, but personally, I think it's a mistake. And as we know, it is possible for the guys who get paid the big bucks and wear lots of pips on their shoulders or stars on their shoulders, we know that they can make mistakes. Maybe this is one of them, don't know. Yeah, they used to have M103s.
What a fucking idiot.
I don't know
that.
What level at 6,000 meters.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you reckon, Kang? Might be. What's he flying? Mirage. If you don't know how to turn on IFF in the Mirage, then yeah, you'll definitely kill friendlies with it. Especially now. For those who don't know how to turn on IFF in the Mirage, it's not the Mode 4 panel that you would think it is from American planes. There's a panel over here with a 3-position rotary switch on the right quarter panel, near like the TACAN and the countermeasures panel. Turn that rotary switch to the up position or to the right position, and then use the nose wheel steering button. And to confirm it's working, press the nose wheel steering button while airborne, and you should see a double line appear at the top of the radar scope. And you should also see any friendlies have like a pip under their radar chevron, and on the HUD it'll have a line under them as an IFS and then an A when it comes back friendly. Mirage IFF is pretty fucking simple. But if you try and intuit it from flying the Hornet, you'll fuck up. Because it does not work the way it does on the Hornet or the F-16.
He's called Canada.
Been a hot minute since I've flown on the same team as Raven. Good to see him again. Yeah, that should be Sochi. So that's the city of Sochi close, and then beyond that's Sochi Adler, which is where the actual airport is, and you can see smoke coming from there, or could see smoke coming from there, so it's probably under attack. Correct, the F5 has a transponder but no interrogator. Same as the Viggen, same as the F-86. So in the F5, you have to visually ID things, or, you know, call for fucking declares or whatever.
Toxic.
Yeah, the Mirage is red on this, so I was considering it, but I just want to fly the 21 today. I'm in a 21 kind of mood. I might hop in the Mirage. If I get shot down or something, I might hop in the Mirage for a flight or two.
59TH_Bonami. Ra 101. 20 kilometers. At 6,000 meters. Hot.
Did I not load a fuel tank? I don't know. So distracted, I don't know if I had a belly tank on or not. I don't have one now. Either way, I don't have one now, so whatever. And uncage the gun side as well.
Circus 1 to 4 Washington. Ra 130. 78 kilometers. At 5,000 meters. Flanking southwest.
Probably going back to the carrier. I want
Toxic.
hot. Give me hot.
129. 23 kilometers. At 5,000 meters. Flanking southwest.
Yes, the triple antenna is the transponder. The interrogator is elsewhere. There's also there's two actual antenna sets. There's the triple rods or the triangle on the more modern system, and then there's one in the wings. It looks kind of like the SPO. So that, the kind of brownish one, that's the SPO. That white one is the other channel of the IFF. And there's, I think it's got those on the tail as well.
Circus 1 to 4 Washington. Ra 139. 62 kilometers. At 3,000 meters. Hot.
Are those friendly or hostile SAMs going out south of Sochi?
37 kilometers. At 3,000 meters. Hot.
Rosmom, that is 120. It's locked. I support.
I think it might be hostile. See, this is one of the issues I have on Blue Flag. Even with the Robo GCI, my situational awareness is quite bad.
Ra 155. 38 kilometers. At 1,000 meters. Hot.
Nice. Whereas, you know, if I'm flying from the airfield defending it directly, like, this is why I like flying from Sochi when Sochi's under attack. I know all I have to do is take off and just look for shit in the immediate surroundings.
Mexican_SRB. Ra 155.
Guy's locking me.
At 1,000 meters. Hot.
We'll get into the hills and double back on him, I think.
Circus 1 to 4 Washington. Ra 141. 19 kilometers. At 6,000 meters. Hot. Mexican_SRB. Ra 171. 15 kilometers. At 3,000 meters.
Rosmom,
Flanking
that is
northwest.
160, 30 kilometers. Hot, type of 40, battery 4600.
Shit, I got something real close. I think he's got a missile on me already. Yeah, radar missile on me already. He's way, way closer than I thought. And sadly, with no generator, I can't launch, so I can't even get a fuck you shot off at him.
Circus 1 to 4 Washington. Merged. 343. At 2,000 meters.
We do have a fair amount of speed, but it's not enough to get back to the airfield. Oh, maybe.
7 kilometers. At 3,000 meters. Hot.
I can't jettison my missiles. Oh, no, I can. Still got enough power left to do that. The gens are running, but the fucking engine's not. If I can just clear this ridge line, which I doubt. There's a FARP somewhere here. This fucking ridge. If this fucking further ridge wasn't here, I could probably land this. But I think I'm going to end up in that tree line.
Circus 1 to 4 Washington. Raw. 98. 8 kilometers. At 1,000 meters. Hot.
Pile on the AOA.
Lexicon underscore SRB. Raw. 74. 14 kilometers. At 1,000 meters. Flanking northwest.
Come on, baby. Come on. Oh. I want to believe. I want to believe. I don't know if I do, though. No, I don't believe. Almost made it. Almost made it. Where'd the aircraft end up? Probably in a tree. He was way too close. I should have just run. I didn't realize he was that close when I doubled back into him. I would have liked to bag a Tomcat, but just wasn't meant to be today. Okay. Need the battery on. And then let's go to a line. That. I'm trying to remember how to do this. I haven't flown the Mirage for a while. We'll start the engine first, I think. There we go. Now it's awake. So I need to figure out where we are. And I've got to have waypoint 1. And I forget what I'm doing here. Oh, here we go. 0, 1. I think? Or is it 0, 0? No, I have to press that, I think. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, okay. Or is it? No, it should be 0, 0, I think. And then 4, 4, 3, 4. Fuck it. So 4, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. Doesn't do that much precision, doesn't matter. Then east 0, 3, 8. 0, 0, We'll call it 6 because it's actually 5-6. And then altitude is definitely not that, it's 24 meters. This should be the fucking... Cancel that. No. Cancel that. Cancel that. Shit. How do I... Fuck. Altitude. There we go. Plus 2, 4. There we go. And now... elevate. What appropriate Pepe meme? I don't have one for the Mirage. I have the John Madden for the Mirage, but that's it. And I don't think we're going to get any gun kills in it today. In fact, I'd be surprised if I get any kills in it today, since I can't even remember how to start it. Goes to middle position. From memory, that needs to go middle. Shut up. And I want to put this on 5. Semi-automatic. Put all of these on. Put that on, even though it should fuck with my own radar, and I think they are going to make it do that at some point. Turn our backup mode for the HUD on, because I use that for gunnery. Or like the standby reticle. We'll turn our radar display on. This... Fuck, how's it you do this? I think you pull it out and turn it. Yes, that's exactly what you do. Turn power to the gun on. We won't worry about our lights. Radar warming it up. I really don't fly this thing enough. Come on. Right. Close the lid. We'll just leave it cracked at the moment because we gotta wait for our alignment. Config switch because we've got a belly tank on. And actually watch the gyros spin up now, which is quite cool. Did Razbam implement the new radar code? Not yet, I don't think. I think some bits of it might have been implemented, but the whole thing hasn't been yet. Coming December, haha. I gotta set my fuel. Fuck, what was it with the belly tank? It's like 30 something hundred. 4,000. Was it 42? Fuck, I can't do maths. 5, 6, 9, it's 50. 4150? Question mark? Yeah, 4150, I think. $41.55. Gotcha. Oh, I can only set it by 50, so we'll do it to that. Okay, we've got a rough alignment done. We're going to go with that. course, it's a Razbam module, so we need to worry about the wheel chocks. Oh, ground crew. I also need to remember my radio, which helps. And then 1, 2, 5.
1 Timber Lane, Bra, 150, 39 kilometers,
And I
at 6,000
think the other one's darts on the...
Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT Inquire, Bra, 149,
think.
10 miles.
Let me check SRS real quick.
Flanking southwest,
Yeah, the Mirage does kilograms of fuel. Aha, yes, there we go.
59TH_Bunksy, Bra,
So we got both radios.
Cap around the other tape would be appreciated. We have 2 helos attacking it.
flanking southwest. IR_Phantom 25, Bra, 245, 11 miles.
Did I place them?
19,000 feet, cold.
We'll remove them.
Lasican_SRB, Bra, 180.
I need to remember what my radar controls in this are as well. I think I changed them fairly recently. Oh, before I forget,
Copy. Bra,
that bind for the 21 was wrong.
12 miles, at 19,000 feet, flanking southwest.
That is not what I want. That is
Titan
what I
1 to 1
want.
Tamar Lane, Bra, 156, 23 kilometers, at 6,000 meters, flanking southwest.
Parking brake off? Yes, it is.
Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT Inquire, Bra, 170, 13 miles, at 25,000
It's a synthetic
feet,
voice.
cold. 59TH_Bunksy, Bra, 141, 41 kilometers, at 8,000 meters, cold. IRE_Phantom 25, Bra, 196, 4 miles, at 25,000 feet, hot. Lasican_SRB, Bra, 166, 26 kilometers, at 8,000 meters, cold. Property, Bra, 155, 16 miles, at 25,000 feet, cold. Titan 1 to 1 Tamar Lane.
Yeah, it's just a standard
Bra,
synthetic voice.
160, 33 kilometers, at 8,000 meters, cold.
Go ahead and set the radar to on. It does have a weight on wheels safety, but we'll get it up and running. I should have fired R60s at that Tomcat. I may have actually got him. I fired R3Rs instead, but at the range he was at, the 60s would have probably gone for him. So I could have traded, but we didn't. But I'm still happy with a fucking F-15 and a Hornet for one belly landing at a FARP and one fucking shoot down. That's not bad for a 21. Especially a 21 with as little situational awareness as I've had today.
Two turbos south at baseline, are you attacking the FARP?
Don't remember if I bound my gear lever in this yet. I don't think I have. I haven't bound it in most aircraft, to be honest, just mostly the ones I fly the most often. Yeah, like... I mean, I had a decent radar lock on him, which is why I went for the R3R, but the thing is, he hit me first with a Sidewinder, so if I'd gone for the R60, I might not have killed him, but at least I would have hit him. And we might have traded, because I mean, an R60, it'll tank it to the rear or the side, but if it hits him in the face, it'll probably pilot kill him. Which is all you need. I do not remember what I set my fucking... Is it that? No, it's not that. That's my 2 bar. What did I set my fucking azimuth to?
At 8,000 feet, flanking southwest. Titan 1 to 110 lane. Bra, 86, 25 kilometers. At 2,000 meters, flanking southwest. Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT required.
Oh, I think I set it to...
98, 28 miles. At 8,000
I'm gonna have to rebind a bunch of shit on the Mirage now that I've got this control panel, but let me... Okay, right else middle.
Bra, 98, 51
There we go.
kilometers. At 2,000 meters, flanking southwest.
I think Tomcats can be pilot killed.
114.
I've seen Jessica get killed plenty of
At
times.
17,000 feet, hot. Titan 1 to 110 lane. Bra, 119, 55 kilometers. At 5,000 meters, hot. Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire. Bra, 115, 42 miles. At 17,000 feet, hot. Lasican underscore SRB. Bra, 115, 78 kilometers. At 5,000 meters, hot.
Let's get some altitude.
Property. Bra, 111, 25 miles. At
It's not impossible, you can get
26,000
pilot
feet,
killed in the
hot.
hind. You'll still be able to see on the screen, but it'll take control away from you.
Titan 1 to 110 lane. Bra, 117, 42 kilometers. At 8,000 meters, hot. Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire. Bra, 113, 33 miles. At 26,000 feet, hot. Lasican underscore SRB. Bra, 113, 61 kilometers. At 8,000 meters, hot.
Oh, this is wiped, yeah.
59TH underscore Bunksy. Bra, 116, 57 kilometers. At 9,000 meters, hot. Property. Bra, 103, 19 miles. At 31,000 feet, hot.
Man, the Mirage is in such a good place now. Once the radar rework goes in, I think really all it'll need then is just the damage model worked on. They even fixed the text in the cockpit, it's fucking beautiful. Such a good module.
107, 25 miles. At 31,000 feet, hot. Lasican underscore SRB. Bra, 107, 45 kilometers. At 9,000 meters, hot. 59TH underscore Bunksy. Bra, 128, 47 kilometers. At 10,000 meters, hot.
I'll switch down to 40 miles. A
Copy.
bit optimistic to
Bra,
go beyond that.
13 miles. At 34,000 feet, hot. 59TH underscore Bonomi, Ra, 157, 51 kilometers, at 10,000 meters, hot. Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire.
I don't
Ra,
remember the French
100,
RWI symbols.
16 miles.
If
at
I see something
34,000
flashing and
feet,
hear it screeching
hot.
at me, I'm going to assume that somebody shot at me, but I don't remember the
Mexican
symbols.
underscore SRB, Ra, 99.
I think
59
asterisk means
kilometers,
one of the
at
American 4th
10,000
gens. I
meters,
think
hot.
F-15, maybe Hornet. I think M is missile, I think.
59TH underscore Bunksy, Ra, 40, 30 kilometers, at 11,000 meters, cold. Copy, Ra, 65, 11 miles, at 37,000 feet, cold.
Okay. Well, we're getting lost.
59
Oh, look, we got a
underscore
wingman.
Bonomi, Ra, 175, 27 kilometers, at 11,000 meters, cold. Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire, Ra, 74, 12 miles, at 37,000 feet, cold. Lasican underscore SRB, Ra, 73, 21 kilometers, at 11,000 meters,
There he is.
cold. 59TH underscore Bunksy, Ra, 136, 8 kilometers, at
That's 2 ups are
11,000
down there.
meters, hot.
Sochi is just on the horizon.
Copy,
On my 11.
Ra, 47, 15 miles, at 36,000 feet, flanking northwest. 59TH underscore Bonomi, Ra, 145, 26 kilometers, at 11,000 meters, flanking northwest. Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire, Ra, 49, 14 miles, at 36,000 feet, flanking northwest. Lasican underscore SRB, Ra, 48, 26 kilometers, at 11,000 meters, flanking northwest. 59TH underscore Bunksy, Ra, 99, 6 kilometers, at 2,000 meters, cold. Copy, Ra, 39, 13 miles, at 7,000 feet, flanking southeast. 59TH underscore Bonomi, Ra, 157, 12 kilometers, at 11,000 meters, flanking southwest. Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire, Ra, 41, 12 miles, at 7,000 feet, flanking southeast. Lasican underscore SRB, Ra, 30, 22 kilometers, at 2,000 meters, flanking southeast.
I think this is now like the 21, where if you jettison the
59TH
tank early, it
underscore
doesn't
Bunksy,
reset,
merged,
I think.
200, at 5,000 meters.
Could be wrong though. We're going back to 4 bar.
Copy, Ra, 18, 15 miles, at 18,000 feet, hot.
Interesting. What is this?
59TH underscore Bonomi, merged,
Oh,
73, at 5,000
jamming.
meters.
Interesting.
Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire, Ra, 19, 14 miles, at 18,000 feet, hot. Lasican underscore SRB, Ra, 9, 3, 27 kilometers, at 5,000 meters, hot.
Blue flag 80s.
Archer 9 to 9 RRRM 99, Ra, 150,
What a name.
18 kilometers, at 5,000 meters, cold. Titan 1 to 1 Tamerlane.
So I think they've got a hawk side or
66,
something
34 kilometers,
just
at
past
5,000 meters,
Sochi Adler.
flanking southwest.
Sochi Adler is just by that smoke, so their SAM site should be out there. They got ground forces down there being lased by the JTAC, so it will probably be a little spicy over Sochi, which is what we want. We want to get into some action. Go ahead and jettison the tank. soon as she rolls down to 3160. There we go.
Progress M site is on the red side, it needs repair.
Ah, so I think we took the SAM site. Interesting. Oh shit, I'm in fucking low PRF. What did I do to do that? Wasn't that? Is it? No? Shit. What's this? Nothing. What is that? Nothing. PRF. Selector high. Button 10. Ah, okay, that's set there, so no wonder I couldn't fucking see anything. That's friendly, it's jamming. Okay, good. Good thing I noticed that. That would have fucked me over if I did get into combat. There is a baguette themed one. I don't know about onion themed though. Buddy might have broken off or dropped into a blind spot. So there's Suchi down there. So they've got a bunch of ground units around it. Oh, you don't look very friendly. You are not friendly. It's probably a helicopter. Oh, maybe? It's moving pretty slow and it's hugging the mountain. I'd say it is a helicopter. Just lost it.
Rosama, I see two Falcon on my right.
Regained it. It's very much not friendly, whatever it is. Shit. It's hiding behind a ridge.
Black Lake, how is the attack going?
We are pretty much done here, so.
Copy. I think there's coming another friendly to provide cap as well. I'm in the south of the farm. You're well in the north, am I right?
Yeah, north of the other days.
There's the bingo.
No, yeah, north of the other days.
Come on.
I can see nothing alive at the farm. If you want, I can
There's
take
the
a
trucks, I'm shooting at the trucks now.
But I can do a low pass if you want.
Other side of this ridge, maybe? I don't know. Hopefully it's not a fucking Mistral. Don't want to get too close to Gadauta. Pretty sure they hold it. I'm gonna break off.
275, 6 kilometers at 2,000 meters. Cold.
Behind me.
50 underscore Razor. Raw 257, 5 kilometers at 2,000 meters. Cold.
Hello?
59 TH underscore Bonamy. Raw
Oh shit,
120,
missile trail.
32 kilometers.
Did the other guy spot it?
2,000 meters. Hot. Spectrum 1 to 1 PVT McGuire. Raw 7. 7 miles at 7,000 feet. Flanking northwest. Archer 9 to 9 RRRF 99. Raw 156. 20 kilometers at 2,000 meters. Hot.
I can't tell who's who.
59 TH underscore Bunksy.
I think that's outside my close combat radius, that's why I couldn't pick him up.
At 4,000 meters. Hot. Circus 1 to 4
that's friendly.
Washington. Raw 292. 21 kilometers at 4,000 meters. Cold.
Yeah.
CD underscore Razor. Raw
What's that?
287. 30 kilometers at 4,000 meters. Cold. 59 TH underscore Bonamy.
T is an F-14, isn't it?
252 at 4,000 meters. Archer 9 to 9 RRRM 99. Raw 216. 8 kilometers at 4,000 meters. Cold.
An update would be nice, GCI. Pretty sure T is Tomcat. I'll try and get some distance and altitude. I've been going to 800, I should have done that on startup. I completely forgot. Okay, let's turn back in. Absolutely nothing on scope. And no callouts, always a good sign. Hey folks. Aha! I gotcha, you scoundrel. Definitely not friendly. 925, 950 closure. That's a jet. That might be RF-14. Single target track. Get one at him to get him moving. Fuck! There we go, we've reacquired. Fucking valley crawlers. I think we got Sam's out on us from Godauta. So it was a waste of a 530, and I'm probably going to get sideblinded. The fucking valley crawling meta in DCS is so annoying. Be careful because there's a bunch of FOPs around here that I don't want to overflow.
Oh, well, I think I'll head to Bukarani field base from here. I feel like quite a lot of missiles.
But the FOB is closed?
Yeah, we're killing the defenders now.
Ah, okay. So, on to me.
Nothing in this valley that I can pick up, so we'll double back. He might have continued further inland. And we'll just stay in close combat mode for now. I'll be futzing about with my head down on the radar scope when I'm this close to somebody. Come out of burner as well because I'm chewing through my fuel.
Circus 1 to 4 Roshsman. Raw 245. 45 kilometers. At 1,000 meters. Cold.
Either he turned and ran, or that's someone else who had
CD_Razor.
a contact.
Raw 162. 6
That would have been
kilometers.
the thing
At
that just got
1,000
called,
meters.
actually.
Flanking northwest. Archer 9 to 9 RRRM 99. Raw 148. 13 kilometers. At 1,000 meters. Hot. Titan 1 to 1 Tamar Lane. Raw 124.
Jamming or something.
39 kilometers. At 1,000 meters. Hot.
I hope we own Sochi. I don't know if we do though, so I'm gonna...
Circus 1 to 4
Thank you.
Roshsman. Raw 224. 38 kilometers. At 2,000 meters. Flanking southeast.
It's way out there.
CD_Razor. Raw 167. 7 kilometers.
That's friendly.
At 2,000 meters. Cold.
Somebody just got splashed there. Maybe the friendly?
Archer 9 to 9 RRRM 99. Raw 156. 18 kilometers.
No,
At 2,000
friendly
meters.
splash someone.
Cold. Titan 1 to 1 Tamar Lane. Raw 132. 41 kilometers. At 2,000 meters. Cold.
It's time to go back and get some fuel. That's annoying. People just fucking skim the hills, so as soon as they get any kind of launch warning, they just pull behind the ridgeline, so... Maybe I should have stayed high. Well, I mean, if I'd stayed higher, it wouldn't have helped much anyway, because I was that close to him. I don't know. The valley crawling shit's kind of annoying. It gets old fast. And it's not something you would ever do, really, in real life, because this kind of terrain is going to be full of angry, beardy men with Strellas, Iglas, Stingers, whatever. As well as small arms, machine guns, like things that will fuck your jet up. They love mountains. Is your wingman got a bandit, but he got me? Ah, okay. Yeah. I'm having some struggles here.
Raw 49. 32 kilometers. At 2,000 meters. flanking northwest.
Interesting.
Archer 9 to 9 RRRM 99. Ra 57. 41 kilometers. At 2,000 meters. Flanking northwest.
I don't know if I've really got the feel for this
Tiger
though.
1 to 1 Tamar Lane. Ra 73.
There we go.
52 kilometers. At
There you
2,000
are.
meters. Flanking northwest.
Please, please don't disappear this time.
Rosman, Mario comes.
Yep, I am. I got a contact off my nose, I'm engaging it. Ugh, of course. It's probably gonna trash at 5:30. Oh, come on. Fuck, yep. It's behind that ridge. I'm gonna be merged with him here. Yeah, I know. 800 liters of fuel, or 800 kilos rather. I'm probably gonna get popped though. I have no idea where the fuck this guy went. It's just fucking cancer. As soon as you launch on them, they get behind a ridge. Like, if I was designing a fucking PvP server, the first thing I'd do is make it suicidal to fly this low in the mountains. I'd have fucking man pads everywhere. Or just haze in the mountains that won't, like, that if they fly in it, they'll fly into the ground. Because this shit's just... gamer brain. Absolute fucking gamer brain. Yeah, I know. I specifically told him to keep it away from mountains so people can't do this shit. Fuck's sake, man. Do we actually own Sochi at the moment?
I think yes, Sochi is right.
Okay. I don't really have the fuel to play around. I'm gonna have to try and just get the fuck away. Pisses me off so much, man. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how I feel about the omniscient GCI, but stuff that penalizes cockroaching is good. That shit can't die fast enough. Like, it's just so stupid. It's dominated DCS PvP meta for so long, and it shouldn't. We do need mountain turbulence like Misfits. You fucking put realistic mountain turbulence in this game, and so many people will kill themselves. It's not even funny. Well, it would be funny. It'd be fucking hilarious. So, I think Sochi is not repaired yet, which means if I land there, I don't think I'll get fuel. But it's also quite a long flight up to Belenjik, and I'm down to 650 fuel. So
59TH underscore Bunksy. Raw 349. 8 kilometers. At 2,000 meters. Cold. Circus 1 to 4 Roshsman. Raw 70. 10 kilometers. At 2,000 meters. Flanking northwest.
fuck it.
59TH underscore Bonami. Raw.
Fuck you.
8 kilometers.
I've had enough of your shit.
Meters. Cold. Archer 9 to 9 RRRM 99. Raw 7. 25 kilometers. At 2,000 meters. Cold.
It's gonna dive into this fucking valley now as well.
Tiger 1 to 1 Tamar Lane. Raw 5. 26 kilometers. At 2,000 1,000 meters.
Catch that, dickhead.
Cold.
Ooh, flares didn't save you.
Raw, 316, 10 kilometers, at 1,000 meters. Cold.
Well, there's a reset on this flight anyway. I know, I just like bringing the plane home.
Circus 1 to 4 rush swim. Merged, 6-3, at 1,000 meters.
I'm fairly sure we don't have enough fuel to get out of, or not get out of Galenjik now.
9 kilometers, at 1,000
Maybe.
meters.
We'll throttle right back and climb. I mean, I could land Sochi, I just... That blue smoke means there's a target there, I'll probably get shot as I land.
33 kilometers, at 1,000 meters, flanking
It's a bit
northwest.
risky.
Titan 1 to 1 Tamerlane. Raw, 354, 31 kilometers, at 1,000 meters, flanking northwest.
The main thing is that, like, it's not even over flat ground. I mean, people flying low over flat ground can be annoying for different reasons, but people flying low in the mountains is specifically a problem, because as soon as you fire a missile, they just dive behind a hill and it's trashed, and you won't get it back. Like, it turns into a game of who can, like, get the other guy to waste his missiles first, and you end up with people circling around a mountain looking for each other for like half an hour. It's just dumb. It's
Anybody who
fucking
can provide cap over Gagra.
low testosterone gameplay.
Yes. I'm on my way with repair crate to Tamayas. Copy. Be careful, the still restart in 20 minutes. I'm gonna make it in
We
8
might have
minutes.
enough fuel, maybe.
Let's go.
We need to get up there. Well, past there. We might do it. We'll get up nice and
And
high.
I can save the life over there.
Only thing is, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to land before 20 minutes is up. It'll take me a while to get there. I almost always take the flare pod. I brought it this flight. I mean, the parachute's mostly there for emergencies anyway. In normal operation, you wouldn't use it. Emergencies are extremely short runways. Galenjik is really one of the sort of... It's probably the shortest major use runway in DCS, or at least in Caucasus rather. Not in DCS in total. And Galenjik, you can just aero brake it, and the wheel brakes on the Mirage aren't bad. I forget Super. I honestly forget. I think specifically the Eclair gives you more flares than you would normally have. I think that's the big allure of it. Way down to 370. I think we'll have enough. That's 2 ups are there, so Galenjik should be about there.
59TH underscore Bonami. Raw, 119, 73 kilometers, at 3,000 meters, hot. Archer 9 to 9 RRRM 99. Raw, 107, 71 kilometers, at 3,000 meters, hot. Titan 1 to 1 Tamerlane. Raw, 103, 67 kilometers, at 3,000 meters, hot. TH underscore Bunksy. Raw, 135, 55 kilometers, at 3,000 meters, hot. 59TH underscore Bonami. Raw, 135, 55 kilometers, at 3,000 meters, hot. Archer 9 to 9 RRRM 99. Raw, 106, 54 kilometers, at 3,000 meters, hot. Titan 1 to 1 Tamerlane. Raw, 100, 49 kilometers, at 3,000 meters, hot. Lace Alaska_SRB, RA 111, 86 kilometers, at 3,000 meters, hot.
I'm really a bit lower than I'd like to be if I have to glide, but I don't want to use fuel burning to get up there. So 2 ups is there. Galenjik is like up there. It's a little further than I thought. I should make it, I think. It'll be fine.
Archer 9 to 9 RRRM 99.
The server will probably reset before I hit the ground anyway. Although I don't think it saves lives if the server resets while you're in the air. It doesn't really matter, my lives did reset. I've only technically lost 1, which was when I got shot down in the 21. I almost saved that one too, because I almost made it back down to Sochi. Yeah, so Galenjik should be there, and then Novorossiysk should be up there. Or in that general area. Excuse me as I get some dust off my screen. See, when it comes to the Valley Cancer, it actually works better with the 21 because the 21's usually doing that in this server anyway, and you don't have the BBR capability, so if you're cockroaching yourself, it's a bit less annoying. You just shoot whatever crosses your nose when it appears, but in the Mirage, there's no reason to be down. I mean, it's okay at doing that because it's close combat modes and the magics are quite good, but I prefer to stay higher and faster in the Mirage. Like, I actually try and fly this like a BBR fighter, you know, how you're supposed to. I really don't like the idea of just rolling around valleys with fucking close combat vertical scan like people do in the fucking Su-27. I think it's stupid. I get why they do it, but I think it's stupid, and I don't think it should be a viable gameplay style. Which is mostly down to mission designers rather than ED themselves. Once they rework the Erst, hopefully it will apply to the FC3 stuff as well. That should penalize it more. But probably not enough to stop it, to be fair. Microsoft finally unveiled the PC2, did they now? New R73 model in the game, R73L. Looks laser fused? Huh, interesting. 240 fuel. Yeah, that's Galenjik. Novorossiysk will be back there. I think we'll make it. We'll get close if nothing else. Don't really have the height needed to glide if the engine was to cut now, but at least try and get close. Big issue is if the engine does cut, I can't really make any serious turns in the Mirage because that big delta wing is going to turn me into an air brake. If I say yeah, it is. I don't really play GS very much anymore, to be honest. If you want to do Redfall stuff without the 120 spam, Blue Flag 80s is alright. I mean, as you can see, people cockroach like crazy, but if you can avoid the cockroaches, it's pretty decent. There's no 120s to worry about. DDCS does have the 120s, but people there are actually trying to win a war. So I found that even with 120s, DDCS was much more tolerable because often I'd be engaging people who were distracted or they were busy engaging someone else, whatever. And usually you're only fighting 1 or 2 aircraft at a time, not fucking 30 like GS. You know, GS is just so many people in such a small area. The air is thick with missiles. And the skill level on that server is, shall we say, not the greatest, so they're firing them 4 at a time. MLG, Justin Bieber superfan. Thanks for the comments, though. Hope you're enjoying the show. There is a Cold War server coming out soon, so it's not up yet, but it's coming soon.
Copy.
Initial testing will be this weekend.
We'll move around Godata, maybe catch some aircraft in the flank.
I really miss Trolling Thunder, DAWS Trolling Thunder. That was such a good server. But unfortunately no one ever played it. There were so many good Cold War servers that people just didn't play. Trolling Thunder, Frontlines, Seal used to run a server called Cold War Frontlines, and you had 5 sectors of the front where NATO and Pact tanks would drive at each other and battle, and so you had to try and influence that by destroying ground vehicles. But you didn't have any precision-guided weapons. There was not integrated air defense, but there was quite heavy, particularly SHORADs, so you couldn't just cockroach around doing air-to-air shit. You had to actually be careful where you flew. It was such a good server, but it almost never populated. $150 kilos of fuel. This is fine. I'm going to cut to flight idle because I can actually see the airfield. And we'll begin a descent. Don't want to make it too steep of a descent. Let's try and get it so we're not losing too much speed. Oh, it is going to be a pretty steep descent because delta things. Alright, we'll need a little bit of power. There we go. We can hold 290 knots at that throttle setting, about 60%, which is a little bit off idle. We struggle on servers without F10 marker for play though, so I usually get lost when focusing on other stuff like radar. I would recommend, I mean with the FC3 jets I can understand it because you can't do proper radio nav with them. But with things like the MiG-21 and the MiG-19, just learn the radio nav. It's quite easy, it takes like less than 5 minutes to learn, and you'll never get lost again. I think Alpin should restrict MAVs on A10 so you... I assume you mean so you can't triple rack, in which case yes, but he won't do it. I very much doubt he'll do it, and if he does, people will complain.
10 minutes to restart land.
I mean, as it is, the MAV is a nightmare for Red to deal with because we have no equivalent. On missions we don't have the Su-25T, we have no equivalent. It's just frustrating to deal with when you're trying to do combined arms because your units get deleted and there's nothing. Like, you can't dodge them because they move too quickly and they're too accurate. You rarely get much warning that they're coming. You can't attack the aircraft that's firing them because it's out of fucking air defense range. It's really frustrating. I get that's why they were designed that way. That was the whole point of them, but, you know, when you've got absolutely no way of retaliating against it and you're already at a disadvantage on the ground, it's not pleasant. I'm glad to see they're getting some of the same experience with the Hind. I'm glad to see that pisses them off. So now they understand how we feel about shit like Mavericks. $100 kilos of fuel. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. I'm not going to drop the gear until I'm pretty close to the airfield. Just because I don't want to risk the engine going out from under me with the gear down. I know I've landed with less fuel in the 21, but I'm more confident in the 21.
Archer 99, you can land over there.
I'm not going to use the symbology, but we'll pop that down anyway. What server? Blue flag 80s. Server's about to restart in 5 minutes, so just do a quick landing. Okay. 90 kilos, this is fine. We've got to drop the speed brakes to get the gear down, because I think the gear speed limit's like 230 or 250 or something. We're way high, of course, but that's kind of by intention. I would rather be high and fast than low and slow. Okay, now we pull the speed brakes in. We use our turn to wash off the speed. Actually, speed brakes back out. So we are kind of getting fast again. Use the rudder to do a bit of a slip. Gear should be coming down. Gear is down. A little hard, but we're down safe. Trim reset. Yeah, I know. $70 kilos of fuel. I think after the restart, though, I will switch server. We'll maybe check out what mission Cold War's on, or see how the World War II stuff's going. I still don't have Normandy, though. I'm still waiting for the Steam sale, because I'm on the Steam version of DCS. So I've got to wait for that to go on sale, and then I'll probably pick Normandy up. And then I can play on Storm of War with all the cool kids. Right, there we go. Yeah, I know. I know. Shut up. There we go. So the server is going to restart anyway, so we're going to hop off. Well, we got 1 kill that flight. I don't know what on. I guess I'll be able to check it later. And then 2 in the 21. Been a while since you've flown the Su-27. It has been a while since I've flown the Su-27, actually. But I kind of don't feel like it today. Restart in less than 25 minutes, and he has Catch Me If You Can. Wonder which mission's after that. Might have a look at and see if GS World War II has anyone on it. Or LFDM. I can't play Storm of War without Normandy. No. No, they all had the data link. The MiG-29 always had the data link too, regardless of who used it. MiG-23 also had it. I think the PVO ones might have had slightly more integration with it, but they all had it. It was basically there as a backup if they needed to be used in that role. Let's see, World War II. Yeah, see, Storm of War's the only World War II server that really populates a lot, so LFDM's got a couple of people on it. GS World War II server seems to have died on its ass inside like a week, although I'm not surprised with how laggy it was. Let's just double check. Oh no, it's got people on it. I stand corrected. Alright, let's hop on there for a bit and fly the Spitfire. No, I don't want to be on SRS on that server. I could only imagine the fucking hellscape of SRS on a Growling Sidewinder server. Not really sure how long today's stream will be. I need to get something to eat. I'm quite hungry. So we might just do a bit of World War II and then call it, I think. I'll probably do a longer stream over the weekend. So we'll be... Well, Enigma's server will be on Sunday Civilized time, which translates to Monday my time. Over the weekend I might do some Misfizz or something like that. I still got to do workers and resources, but I still got to learn it. I've been slowly trying to finally get a Republic that actually functions. But I'm still learning the basics of how to, like, place different things. Like, that's my problem. I want to get the basic gameplay shit, or, like, the basic controls and stuff first, and then learn the gameplay. Tried bombing on the Mozzie once, and it didn't work very well. It really didn't work very well. I forgot that you have to hit that switch for the camera or bomb, the one that you can only have turned on if the cover's open for the arming panel. I didn't know you were meant to do that, because the tutorial hadn't come out for it yet, and I just kind of used my intuition. Alright, this is going to run like shit because of all the smoke he spammed in the server, but whatever. Oh, it automatically connected me to SRS anyway. Happy days. Mostly. It's quite different. It's actually very different to the way Alpen's server is. It's going to work more like Finnish pilots in IL-2. If you played on that server, that will be more what it's like. Look at the fucking frame rate because of that smoke. Like, because he's put that stupid fucking smoke there, the server's almost unplayable. Like, I'm gonna get myself in trouble again, but GS is so hung up on presentation and things looking, like, epic, that when he makes his missions, or whoever he gets to make his missions, I don't know if he does it personally, they put the most fucking performance-intensive shit as scenery objects, and they don't just do it once, they do fucking dozens of them. This is just Hawkinge. Hawkinge has like fucking 5 of these things. One of these will kill frame rates, and it has like 5 of them. Some on top of each other. Like, it's just insane. Frankly, it's fucking insane. There's no reason to do it. And you don't even need it to tell where the wind's blowing from. That's why there's fucking wind socks. Okay. Right. Mags on. Fuel on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll call it 5, should do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Warning light went out. Fuel pressure on. Go ahead and pop these on now. It looks like the rudder trim is potentially set.
Arming complete.
I can't tell, honestly. We're gonna... What am I doing? Oh, that's way slow. I'll have to use the thumb hat for it. We'll set the elevator trim to neutral. I don't want to back trim that strongly. Okay, what else? Oxygen's on by default in DCS. We'll crack the throttle. We'll go ahead and pop the covers on these. Make sure the parking brake's on. You don't want to start. What have I done this time? Oh. Is that not holding the booster coil in? That's the starter. The fuck have I got the booster bound to? Oh, delete. Okay, so it's home and delete. My bad. Right. There we go. Hatch is closed. No, I didn't forget the mags. I forgot what I had the boost coil bound to. And turn the gun sight on now. I normally wouldn't turn that on until I'm about to go into combat, but whatever. We'll do the same with the oxygen. We need to do some taxiing. How do you know this song? A friend of mine sent it to me. Quite a few of the songs on the playlist are songs that friends of mine have sent me. And this is one of them. Yeah, I know the gun safety. I got it bound on my like index finger button on the joystick, same as it is in the MiG-15 and a couple of other planes actually. I have it bound to a switch in the Viggen, but I got it bound to the index button on the Spit in the 15. Oh shit! I better actually follow the taxiway so I don't taxi into a fucking anti-aircraft gun. My takeoff might be a little spicy because I've been flying, you know, jets so far today. It's been about a week or two since I've flown a Warbird in DCS. So usually that is the precursor of a ground loop or a spicy takeoff. Because I get carried away with the rudder like I just did there, I overcorrect and then you end up with pilot-induced oscillation. So the main thing you want to know for the Warbirds in DCS is you want to use the rudder, but you don't want to overuse the rudder. Overusing the rudder is bad. Just make little corrections, be quick on your feet. Don't, like if you see the aircraft starting to creep to one side, don't boot the rudder the other way. That's how you end up dead. Just little corrections. Oh, the fucking frame rate, man. Fucking smoke. In real life, when you're taxiing a Spitfire like this, you'd have somebody sitting on one of the wingtips. One of the ground crew would sit on one of the wingtips and they'd tell you if there was something in front of you, because you can't see directly in front of the aircraft. This server does actually have external views on, so I could technically do it myself with the F4 camera, but as long as I follow the taxiway, it should be okay. I don't think he's placed anything in my way on the taxiway. And we'll turn around just up here and get ready for takeoff. Might do a quick external view before we do. I still got to paint the invasion stripes on this livery. I haven't got around to doing that yet. I've corrected the roundels, so that's something. But I still gotta do the invasion stripes. I also need to remember to ask Megalax if I can get a copy of the really nice Spitfire paint kit. Because the ED one's okay, but it could be better. So we of course want to take off into the wind. So we're going to turn her around. Nose pointed back the way we came. Probably have somebody take off directly into our face because it's GS and they'll just take off wherever they spawn in. There we go. So I corrected the roundels. The roundels are now the right type, right proportions, right placement, and right colors. I also adjusted the colors on the fin flash to actually match. So I've still got to do the invasion stripes. They're going to be the partial invasion stripes, so I think they'll only be on the undersides of the wings and part of the underside of the tail. This isn't a real Spitfire like livery, this is just my own one that I use in IL-2. I made it myself, so brought it across to DCS as well. And we got 3 kill marks. If I can just avoid TOSing myself with the naked lady on the nose. We got 3 kill marks under the canopy from one of my most recent IL-2 sorties in it. Gentle rudder. Gentle rudder, gentle rudder. Tails coming up. Gentle rudder. Up we go. Wheels up. Close the canopy. And we're airborne. Dial the revs back to about 2850. Going to retrim the aircraft. Turns out I didn't have enough right rudder trim, but we compensated manually, so to speak. So I'm rudder neutral now. Yeah, I needed way more rudder trim. What are we sitting at? Okay. In between port and rudder. Whoop! We need some elevator trim now. The Spitfire is extremely trim heavy. I know Twitch won't ban you, like, directly for it, but it's very nuanced. There's a lot of conditions around it, so I didn't want to push my luck either way. Okay, we're gonna come back to, call it like 2750. I don't need to climb at full blast, but at the same time I don't want to be at cruise power. I want to get some speed and some altitude. Look at, see what I mean about the fucking smoke? This shit kills performance, and he's put it fucking everywhere. Just, GS, why are you like this? Something on the changelog in the inclusion of nudity? No, because it wouldn't be in the changelog. Flip the safety off now. I'd normally do it before I go into combat, but we'll just do it now because it's GS and I don't give a fuck. This is really where I noticed how much better it would be to have a proper Spitfire grip, like the spade grip that pivots halfway up for roll, because I have to hold my stick about, like, 2 degrees right at all times to counter the torque, and it's really uncomfortable. Whereas if I had a proper Spitfire style grip where the top just flops from side to side, it's not spring loaded or anything, it would be perfectly comfortable. At least I don't think it's spring loaded in the Spit, pretty sure it's not. Yeah, there's burning ships down there. The burning ships are not too bad on frame rate, but like that shit, the oil fires kill fucking frames. Like I have a pretty good PC and it's hurting me, so you can imagine somebody with a potato on here would not be having a very good time at all. We'll stay at this power setting for a while. I think 2850 and like 12-16 pounds of boost we could stay out for about an hour. So we're good. As far as I know, DCS doesn't use timers like IL-2. I could be wrong though. Like IL-2 is very strict in its timers. That's one of the big flaws with it. If you run the engine 2 seconds over its rated power, you're fucked. But I don't think that's a problem in DCS. Yeah, I know, restart, right? Well, we'll see if we can spot a Junkers or something and bounce it quickly before the server restarts and we'll take off again. Hey, take-off practice in the Warbirds is never a bad thing in my opinion. I gotta be careful as well, because the fucking AAA on this server is murderously accurate. He's got it set to, like, fucking maximum skill. So if you fly over the French coast at all, you will die. That's what happened to me the last couple times. I tried to play on here. I either chased someone over the coast, or I just overflew it looking for targets, and I got mulched, even at reasonably high altitude. Server's gonna restart while I'm in the air. Whatever. You don't need a fucking running commentary on when the server's restarting. Jesus. Yeah, it is like the G-limits thing. It's exactly like the G-limits thing. If you ask Lumber about his opinions on engine timers, he will tell you. He will tell you exactly what he thinks of engine timers. I mean, yeah, you want to stop people from abusing, like, absurdly high power settings where they blow an engine every 3 sorties, but at the same time, it needs to be at least somewhat realistic, and having the engine die exactly as you go 1 minute past, or, like, 2 seconds past, in fact, is just... it's too much, I think. Like, you need to curb min-maxing in a sim, but you need to do it in a way that doesn't also hurt realism, I think. Oh, there goes the server. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like a campaign, whether single player or multiplayer, would be best for that, like modeling overstress, modeling engine service life, stuff like that. But unfortunately, in PvP, it's very difficult to do because PvP servers, except for things like DCS or Blue Flag or Enigma server when it comes up, they tend not to be persistent. And even when they are persistent, they're only persistent for like a week or 2 weeks, maybe a month or two. They're not persistent for a year. Like, it's, you know, it's quite a significant difference. We'll have to wait for the server to come back up. It usually takes a couple minutes. In fact, it took no minutes. It's already back up. Hopefully it populates, though. There are AI bombers we can shoot if we find them, but I'd like to find players. GP timers are rather flexible in regards that once you spend the time, you get a random extra time for engine damage, and it can be up to 50% if you're lucky, and it can recharge in continuous. That's not too bad then. That's better than I thought it was. Plane Mechanic Simulator. I think I have that. I need to actually try it at some point. It's one of those games I thought, that looks really cool. I want to support these devs, and I just never got around to playing it yet. Oh, so many games like that. They're cool games, and I really like the concepts, but I just never find the time, because I'm too busy playing this, usually. Alright. Well, we got somebody in a jug already. Where is my Spitfire? It would be nice if we spawned, you know, at the end of the F. Well, I mean, I guess, don't mind me, I'm just bitching. I was going to say, it'd be nice if we spawned at the end of the airfield that we actually want to take off from, but you know what, who cares? We can live with a bit of a taxi. JMK443. So the way that the letter codes and serial numbers work on the British World War II modules is the first 3 letters will be the letter code, and then the remainder will be the serial. So if I go... Hang on, I'll find my livery. Where is she? There we go. So if I actually go external view, like... That's what we've got so far, but then if I change it... So we'll type like, say, A, B... If you put in 2 letters, it gives you a 2-letter letter code, and then it gives you MH as the default prefix, because they base this on MH434. And then it gives you the letters you type in with the serial number. But you'll notice there's artifacting. Like this, the way this works is really bizarre. I haven't fully worked it out yet. A, B, C. So that gives you 3-letter code plus the 3 letters in the letter code repeated in the serial. D will then start filling in the serial number. E, F, G, H. So it kind of displaces linearly, I guess, if that makes any sense. So you can see the way it works there. So if you want to have a full letter code and serial number, you have to type it in that way. Whereas if I want to have, say, a 2-letter code, like A, B, and then let's use... Oh my god! Wait, no. It doesn't work because it brings the M over from the serial number. So you can't have a 2-letter code and then a custom set, that's not backspace, a custom set serial number. So the way that Cliffs of Dover does it is obviously better, but that's because it was designed to do it from the start, whereas this is kind of a kludge solution ED did to make it work with DCS bort number system. But it works. It's enough. Most Spitfires would have a 3-letter squadron and aircraft code. Typically, the ones with 1 or 2 letters would either be an uncoded squadron, a photo reconnaissance aircraft, or a squadron leader or wing commander. So, for the most part, you don't have to worry about it. Now, what I wonder is, can I do symbols? No, I can't, so I can't do the question mark Spitfire, the mystery Spit. So for that kind of stuff, you would need custom liveries. But, you know, for a standard Spitfire letter code, serial number, it works just fine. And this is one of my pet issues when ED make trailers and they have World War II British stuff. They never have the letter codes or the serial numbers set correctly. They have one set or the other, but they never have both set correctly. Sometimes they don't even do that, so you'll see Spitfires with like 0, 0, 1, and 0, 0, 2. Like, that's not how that's supposed to work. And it triggers the fuck out of me. Alright, let's get our... Oh, our battery was already on, so we spawned with the battery on. We're gonna trim... about there. Hopefully that'll be not too much, not too little. Revs are set, we're going to crack throttle, mags on, fuel on, open nose covers, and now we prime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Screw that back up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the fuel pressure light goes out. put the pressurization on, put the pitot heat on. We don't really need it. I think it's summer, but whatever. Rad flap on. And I need to reset my pitch trim. The fastest way to do it is probably with the mouse, actually. So we'll neutral that out. Actually, no, we'll set that like 1 degree nose up. I think you'd normally do like 1 degree or 1 mark nose down, or like half nose down, but whatever. Oxygen on, and then we go parking brake before I forget. Home and delete at the same time. That'll start the engine, and then mixture to run. I'll let go of those two, close that up. We're good to go. Oh, we got a friend. When you're taxiing the Spitfire, you use power very sparingly. I'm barely out of idle at the moment. She doesn't take a whole lot to get moving, and once she is moving, you want to be very, very gentle with any adjustments. Is there something in front of me? Yes, there is. There's an anti-aircraft gun in front of me, of course. Might go F4 this time. This is a little close to the prop and a little zoomed in for what you'd normally have the ground crew doing. Wonder if I actually... hang on. Let me just bring it to a stop, and we'll move the camera. We'll move the camera. So we move it back, out, forward, and then we move it up. So you'd be sitting about here, maybe a little inboard. There we go. You don't have a good reference of where the nose is pointed, but this is what you'd have. You'd have somebody sitting on the wing, and they'd be telling you like, oh, there's a corner coming up, or you know, there's somebody walking in front of you, or whatever. This is what you would do, and they'd, you know, be able to see quite well from up here because they're on the wing. But for most purposes, like, unless something does cross out in front of you, for most purposes the pilot can see well enough. You just have to snake back and forth on the taxiway a bit to make sure. Conveniently, the Spitfire will snake back and forth, just naturally because of the engine and the prop. Incidentally, when I stick my head out the side, you can see the actual armor plate on the top fuel tank there sticks out further than the rest of the aircraft skin. It's a nice little detail. Yeah, you put on just a little bit power and she ain't stopping. So you gotta be really gentle. Honestly, that's the biggest thing. If any of you are new to Warbirds and you're having trouble, the biggest piece of advice I can give you is it takes, like, subtlety and nuance. You gotta be gentle. It's little things. It's little corrections. You're not hammering the rudder one way or the other. You're not, like, slamming the brakes. It's just little taps here and there. Like, I'm moving my feet constantly, but I'm not moving them much. I'm just kind of gently pushing the rudder every now and then, and, like, once in a while I might push it all the way over to one side to get the aircraft to actually turn, but it's just little gentle adjustments. Because if you make too big of an adjustment, you'll veer off to one side, and the natural tendency then is, oh shit, stamp the rudder the other way, and you end up with a pilot-induced oscillation. That's how you ground loop or crash. So it's just little corrections. If you notice the aircraft is not going the direction you want it to, slowly begin correcting the other way. Don't stamp the rudder. Our friend is doing a crosswind takeoff. Interesting choice. Like I said, people on here tend to just take off whichever direction they're pointing, which is not advisable. Let's be real. Okay, a little bit of power and holding the brakes to get it to turn. Wow, look at that. Look how simple it is. Just hold the brakes, power. I love the pops and bangs on this thing. Kelton Cross, thanks for the follow. Have you mounted the track IR? So, I've just got it sitting on a, like it's got a clip on the base of it that sits on my headphones. And I've got it pulled out to the side like this, so if I turn my head won't block it. The camera for it's next to my webcam, so both the track IR clip and the actual camera are offset to my left-hand side. And then I just adjusted the curves until it felt about right. So the reason I have it pulled out like this instead of pressed up against the side of my face like some people do is I find that if I turn my head too much, it blanks it out. And I move my head a lot when I'm playing flight sims. Like, I prefer to have a lot of movement. I'm a naturally kind of twitchy person. I have motor tics, so it helps if I have more movement necessary to get the track IR to move. If I have it set super sensitive, if I have like a little tick or something, it'll send me fucking staring at the sky, which I don't want. I had to relearn the Spitfire when I came to DCS, because the DCS Spitfire's ground handling is much more sensitive than most sims I have played, which I think is probably a good thing for DCS. It's probably how it's meant to be. It felt like at first I was like, this can't be realistic, it's exaggerated, but then I realized, no, my rudder movements were the exaggerated thing. Okay, we're going to slowly start putting power on. We're going to be ready on the pedals. Okay, she's starting to drift left, so we'll just slowly give her right pedal until she's tracking pretty much straight. Tails come up. And up we go. Nice and smooth. Main thing once you're airborne is then to get control of the trim. So we're going to need more nose up trim. We're going to need actually right trim again. I was naturally compensating with my feet on the pedals, so I didn't realize I actually had to trim right, not left. We're going to come off the revs a bit, down to about 2850. Come off the power down to about 9 pounds boost. Should give us some decent climb power without running the engine too hard. And just little adjustments on the trim now to get her tracking straight. I'm not going to try and trim hands off. Hands off trim in a Spitfire is a fool's errand because you can't roll trim it anyway. But I just want it to be close enough that A, it won't fuck with my gunnery, and B, I'm only having to make minor corrections with the stick. Turn the gun sight on. We'll also turn the safety off now because, again, I'm on GS, I don't really give a shit. Let's go find us some Germans. Look at the fucking pop-in on the smoke. This is the other issue with using these oil fires, is the pop-in on smoke in DCS makes them look like dog shit from far away, because they flicker in and out of existence. If I could grab GS and or his mission maker, I don't know if he makes the missions himself, probably not, he'd probably be too busy with his YouTube stuff. I'd give him a shake and say, like, get rid of the oil fires, you don't need them. Like, they don't really add that much to the atmosphere, and they kill performance as well as, like, this flickering shit. You don't need them. The sounds for the DCS Warbirds are so good. This is just vanilla sound. I'm not running any sound mods for the Spitfire. Sounds almost exactly like the real thing. Okay, we need a little bit of right trim now. Dust on my screen. Do we have any Germans? One German. But we'll also have AI bombers, and I think AI fighters too, possibly. So we'll see if we can find some of them at least. Yeah, I know, right? It helps to have connections. And by connections, I mean be owned by the fighter collection. We'll come back to 2650. We'll leave her on 9 pounds boost. I think we should be out of detonation range at 9. We just don't want to go too high in the boost when we're at 2650. 15 Huey. I wouldn't worry about NTTR unless you really want to fly around Nevada. And like almost no multiplayer servers run it, so it's a single player toy pretty much. The Anton is apparently missing things or bug. Look, I don't know. I don't know how much of the Anton is actually problems and how much of the Anton is fucking Verabus being angry it doesn't defeat every allied fighter ever just by looking at them. It's probably a bit of both. But the Anton will be pretty good for ground attack, but it'll be outclassed in DCS World War II until we get more earlier planes. MiG-15 you're only really going to get use out of sometimes on Cold War, but mostly on Korea. Huey you can play anywhere, but the Huey it's a good helicopter, it's just slow and fragile and underpowered, so it takes a lot of patience. And a steady hand, because it's not very steady. So you need to be. Yeah, the Spit is just... like, it's one of the planes which gets hyped up a lot, which actually deserves the hype. It's genuinely such a good aircraft. Like, every little bit of its design is so well thought out. Even things that were kind of accidental... well, accidental's the wrong word, but things that were kind of a side effect of the Air Ministry requirements. For instance, the requirement for 8 Browning machine guns is why the wings are this elliptical shape. But this thin elliptical wing, they had to be this shape to be this thin but also hold that many guns. This thin elliptical wing is one of the best aircraft wings ever designed. Like, the Spitfire's wing is just a masterpiece of engineering. And it was also they could fit 8 guns in the aircraft. If the Air Ministry requirement had been 4 machine guns, or 2 cannons, or 4 cannons, the Spitfire might have ended up with a square wing like most fighters of its era. And it wouldn't have been nearly as nice in the air. Wouldn't have handled as well. Wouldn't have had probably as high a critical mark number. Bohemian Fratzity. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Some of you guys have incredibly creative names. I'm a bit at risk of being bounced down this low, but what I'm looking for is the Junkers 88s flying out to try and torpedo our ships, because if there's one 109, I'm not really expecting to run into him. Oh, I say that, but whomst is this? It might be the Jug, I don't know. I don't know. I won't run into the 109, he says. Immediately runs into the 109. Oh, the frame rate, please, GS. Is this boy seriously turning? He is seriously turning. Okay, you keep that up, bud. Keep it up, see how it works for you. If I can get control of my rudder. Bruh, you cannot be serious right now. Saw a couple hits on his wing. A little more rudder to coordinate my turn. The 109 can actually instantaneously turn very well. It's kind of like a World War II Hornet. It can point its nose super well, but it can't sustain it. The Spitfire can do both. Going down. Whoop. We might actually have... Ooh, yes. That was silly of me. I should have kicked the nose over sooner. We may have overheated slightly. But we're still in better condition than him. He's burning. And I'm going home. Is it a... I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out soon enough. It could be AI. Oh, yep, it was. It was AI. You're right. Okay. That explains a few things. Anyway, I have well and truly fucked myself here. I was trying to kick the rudder over to the right to get the aircraft to slide right, but she wanted to go left. I should have just let her do what she wanted. Dial back the revs as well. That's not helping. It's nowhere near quick enough on the rudder trim there when I got into that merge. It looks like it's slowly cooling down, but yeah, I don't really get it either. I think I just merged with somebody else, probably a teammate, but there goes the engine. Yeah, it doesn't cool back down, it just stays overheated and then you're screwed, I guess. Which is kind of silly. Oh, I'm not going to be gliding very far, and the thing is as well, you'll typically get killed if you ditch. I guess it assumes you mashed your face into the gun sight or drowned or something. I don't know, dude. I feel like it's too easy to kill the engine doing that. Like, it should have started cooling back down after I cut power and dived. You would think. But then again, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. If we survive the ditching. I want to get her as slow in forward speed as possible, so I don't end up smashing into the gun sight. There we go. And that's probably a death. That's annoying. Make sure the flaps are up. Don't want those out on takeoff. It does, I'm pretty sure, Steve. But we can assume this is standard DCS weather or close to it, so 5 strokes.
Hey, what are you doing?
Excuse me? What? My landing gear... Oh, the fucking lever's neutralized, that's why.
Rearming complete.
When I fucking spawned in, the lever was in the wrong position. That's annoying. Oh well. Startup practice, I guess.
Request rearming. Copy.
That's not how much I want to turn that. Maybe don't use the mouse for that. Okay, lesson learned. We'll give it 4 since it is flaming when I start it. I'm probably giving it a little too much. 2, 3,
Rearming complete.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fuel pressure on. Okay. Yeah, there we go. No flames this time. So 5 is one too many. And we'll just leave the trim at the default, and we'll see how we go with that as our takeoff trim. Maybe I shouldn't be touching it, but... actually no, we'll run it down like half a tab. About there. So yeah, that last one was a learning experience. If the aircraft wants to stall left, let it stall left. Fighting it just made me blow my engine. If I'd let it do what I wanted to do, or what it wanted to do rather, I would have been okay, so it would have cooled down in time. I do wonder though, like, you would assume it would cool back down, but maybe not. I know that the coolant's under extreme, well, not extreme, but it's under fairly high pressure, so it can run hotter than 100 degrees before it boils off, but flash boiling like that, I don't know. Yeah, I should have cut the throttle. Jet brain. Jet brain is what's doing me in here. And being at full throttle is probably the reason it wouldn't go the way I wanted it to go. He's having some, whoa, he's having some sporty takeoffs over there. The subtle reverb of the prop sound in the distance, it's just, it's so realistic. Like, the fucking sound in DCS is so good. And the Warbird sounds, in particular, are just phenomenal. IL-2 seems like it's had a sound update, or maybe not recently, but like the sounds in IL-2 are better than I remember them being, but still not quite up to DCS level. I don't think anything's... Original IL-2 with the right sound mods is close to DCS level, but Great Battles still use a little more work, I think. It's getting there, but it could use a little more. And it doesn't have the pops and bangs from memory. There was an old, like, there was a mod for the original IL-2 that added pops and bangs, and it sounded awesome. Oh, we got a German over the coast there. Which means we need to hurry up and get off the ground. A little careless with the rudder. So we'll correct it, make sure that we're holding the wings more or less level. Oh yeah, that's too much back trim. That's way too much back trim on takeoff. Right, so lesson learned, the default back trim will try and kill you. They've got it set way too high. We're going to stay at 3,000 revs, because we have a German right overhead, pretty much. Unless he just went down, maybe? Spit. Oh, maybe it's... Yeah, I think that might have been it. So we'll drop back, we'll try and get the aircraft trimmed out a little better. We're all over the sky at the moment. 2700. Yeah, it's way too much nose up trim. I'd very much like to find some bombers. I know they're out here somewhere, I just haven't seen any so far today. Hey, Enigma. Oh. Wonder if those are ours or theirs. I guess we'll go find out. It's the first time in a while I've spotted something that far away. Yeah, it's 3 of them at least. So there's nobody about to dive on me. Safety's off. Ah, there's no German players on, so anything we find will be AI at this point. I've lost sight of that group. Pretty sure those are friendly. Okay, well we can surmise that whatever is in front of us is in fact friendly. This fucking smoke, man. It's freezing my PC. Like, this PC should not be getting fucking frozen by smoke. Single A20 maybe? Saw another dot over there, but lost sight of it. Oh, it's way off in the distance. Way, way, way off in the distance over there. But too far inland for me to go chasing. Oh shit, hello. Yeah, that's an A20, and he has not had a good time of it. Probably shot up by flak. Which I'm now getting shot at by. He has the fucking skill level on these gunners set really high. Really, really high. The last couple times I played on here I got hit by flak more than I got hit by fighters. In fact, I think the only thing that really shot me up last time was flak. I'd like to find some 88s, but I have a feeling it's not going to happen. Well, there's something back there. I'd get shot to ribbons. Like, I just get shot to ribbons as soon as I cross the coast because he's got the fucking AI skill set so high. Is this a dogfight or is this just AI doing AI things? You look distinctly Focke-Wulf-like to me. Yeah, it's a Jug chasing a 190. We won't shoulder shoot him, but we'll support him. We'll pop in behind. On the other hand, maybe we'll help out. Stop playing with your food and kill him. Somebody just got popped behind me. Oh my god, dude. Is this an AI Thunderbolt or what? He flies like one. Alright, he's jumped. We got a stoush going on back here. Are you serious? Oh. Pfft. Where did he come from? I got tunnel vision so hard. Is that a player? No, it's AI. Ugh, not my day today. Not my day. Yeah, it was an AI. How much do you want to bet? Oh, and there's a fucking... Now the bombers appear. I swear to God, man. And that was an AI Thunderbolt. That was a fucking AI Thunderbolt. Man, god damn it. I should have just jumped in front of him and killed the 190. Fuck it. Next time I will. It's GS. It's GS. I don't need to care about manners and not cutting in front of people. Fuck it. If I'd realized that the 47 was AI, I would have just dived right in, but I thought, no, I'll be a good boy. I won't shoulder shoot today. Captain Cosmos, thanks for the follow. We're enjoying the show. Where's my Spitfire?
Request rearming. Copy.
Did I turn those on? Yes, I did. One, two, three, four.
Rearming complete.
She did flame a little there, not much though. Alright. Let's get rolling. This will probably be my last flight for the stream. It's going to be a short one today, but I need to get some food. I'm hungry. I've got a bunch of stuff I've got to catch up on as well, as always. So we'll probably do longer streams over the weekend and maybe early next week, but keep this one nice and short. Discover the Harrier or shuttle when flak lands close. Nice. I haven't had much experience against flak in DCS, to be honest. Mostly on here, if anything. I would like to actually return from a sortie and land this thing today, but I'm not sure it's going to happen at this rate. I wonder if there's any benefit whatsoever to turning our radio on in here. I think it is on, to be honest. It's just not picking anything up. Oh yeah, the ships in IL-2 are in 46 are monstrous with the amount of fucking flak they can put up. I don't think the clouds affect flak gunners, same way they don't affect heat-seeking missiles. Maybe that'll come with the IR rework. Maybe. Oopsies. Oopsies. At least I'm not the only one having a bit of a shit show. Can we not freeze, please, DCS? Well, we had a bit of a ground loop there, but it's because the sim fucking started on me. Because, you know. Let's just put all the fucking smoke from the oil fires of the Gulf War at one airbase. What could possibly go wrong? Little adjustments. Tail coming up. Off the ground, don't let the nose climb too quickly, and gear up. Barrage balloons. Now I gotta try and remember where those bombers were, although they're probably gone by now. Neutralize my rudder so I can trim the aircraft properly. I need to figure out if there's a way I can adjust the rate the trim adjusts at, because it's a little too low for my liking on the encoders on my control panel. That's probably because I've got them set up as encoders, not as like an axis. 6 is clear. We just took off anyway. We would have seen some flak if there was anything here. Where bombers? Oh, there's an aircraft down there, but it looks like it might be crashing, possibly. I barely see him. He just crossed in front of that LST. They're not shooting at it, so it's presumably friendly. But we'll go have a look. Check 6 again. Yeah, it's a Thunderbolt. Of course it would be. Probably the fucking guy that baited me before. This freezing is really doing my head in. Server might have gone down? Or I lost connection? I lost connection. I think that's gonna do it for me, guys. So you don't get to see me. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. Yes, you do. Just because I didn't get to do it actually in the server, let's instant action. Spitfire Mark 9 landing. Fuck's sake. We'll do one landing today at least. And then I'll go get myself something to eat. I'm not entirely sure where it'll spawn me though. I probably should have done the takeoff and just done circuits. Okay, it spawned me here. Let's go for Sugan Lug, which is a small airfield to my left. We'll get rid of the gun sight because we don't need it anymore. Put the safety on because we don't need it unsafed. Why is my trim so fucked up? There's that big nose down kick as the flaps come down. A lot of trim now. Doesn't even like people with decent PCs apparently, because I shouldn't be having that many issues in DCS. It's just, that mission is so badly optimized. All his missions are horribly unoptimized, but that's the worst one I've seen yet. Even the fucking Airquake modern server doesn't run that badly, and that's saying something. I do think that's the problem, though, is that he wants it to look really impressive and showy in you know, for videos. Like, he wants the presentation to be there, but he doesn't understand the fucking performance impact it has. $80 miles an hour, and gently coming off the throttle. Little bounce. There we go. Rudder to keep it tracking more or less straight. A little bit of stick to stop the wing from digging in, because sometimes one wing will drop. Once you're on the ground, the flaps come up. Go ahead and unlock the hatch. I wasn't going to taxi off this side, but we can do that. I got a little careless on the rudder while I was unlatching the side. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. There's my brake. It's already off. Those are already off by default. So then we just need to turn that off. And the aircraft is shut down. And we can, in fact, get out of the plane, now that we're on the ground. Whee! Except it doesn't want to let me off for some reason. Sometimes you can actually like use the bailout animation to climb out onto the wing and then jump off the wing and walk around the plane. But not today, apparently. Today we're glued to the wing root. Oh well. Oh well. This is fine. This is totally fine. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I know it's a short one today, but I need food. I'm starving. So I'll figure out where I can send you. Just as soon as I learn to type. Aha! Wolfpack is flying the MiG-21, it would seem. So I'll send you guys his way, and you can all yell at him every time he does something wrong. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's my job. But yeah, I'll send you guys over to Wolfpack, I think. Just as soon as I can set the rate up. There we go. Thanks again for watching, guys. Stay safe, have a wonderful day, and I'll see you on the weekend.